Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be continuing the Shadowbringers story, where hopefully we will at the very least get to Mount Golg, and then we'll see if we can get to the credits. Maybe? Maybe. Also, we're trying something a little different tonight, where normally you can rewind the stream during the stream, but I've heard that hardly anyone actually uses it, and that those that do use it typically they won't miss it, and the people that are inconvenienced by it said that often they will fall behind in the stream over the course of it. So let's see if it goes better without it this time. Now, tonight's question for the chat is simply a guessing game. Give a hint regarding a job. This can be, it could be like the name of a job action. It could also be something that might be commonly known about the job, or maybe less commonly known. It could be something that is a little obscure, but hey, people that play the job know it. And then we can see if I and the rest of the chat can guess it. Now, a little tip for you is, if you just give the hint as a job action, there's a very high chance I'm going to get it, because I know most job action names by heart. So I wouldn't recommend giving that hint specifically. At least if you don't want me to guess the job. Anyway, I also happen to know that if we also have any reasonable chance of reaching the credits tonight, we have to hurry a little bit, because we have like 15 minutes per quest on average, and we know that there are certain quests that will take longer than that, such as a trial or a dungeon. And we have 2 dungeons and 2 trials left until we're done, and that will probably take up at least like an hour and a half, I think. Hey Alif, how are you doing? I'm having a great day. But yeah, as I mentioned, we're going to try. I turned off this feature called DVR. That means that you can normally rewind the stream during it. This changes nothing if you watch the stream after the fact, but it means that you can only watch it live during the stream. I heard some people were inconvenienced by this system by delaying them so they fell behind and stuff like that. It was confusing. We're going to see if it feels better now. You could at least look at me when you talk to me, Ryanje. Caetsu, dost thou see yonder pair of talus? For blessing, they were found to be in good repair. Master Chai prepareth to activate them as we speak. With our arcane knowledge, Y'shtola and I will... With our arcane knowledge, Y'shtola and I will serve as his assistants. At the appointed hour, we shall imbue the golems with ether. Hey Tracy, good to hear. I hope you're doing well. We'll be in and out today. Well, I'm just glad to see you. Others, meanwhile, attend to the ladder itself, which hath too long lain neglected. Extensive maintenance will be needed ere it can move again, as well as myriad materials with which to perform it. If thou art willing, we would prevail upon thee to procure lumber. I'm not a carpenter, and I'm not a botanist. My thanks, Caetsu. Directly to the south thou wilt find a dry dock, Venmont Yards. Pray see if thou canst persuade the folk there to part with some lumber for our cause. Let's hope you can count. I might not. Just watch me get distracted. Erwith. Erwithy? Erwith? Hello. What? Oh there, Sido. Haven't seen you around before. New to Gate Town, I take it. If you need lumber for a shack, you've come to the right place. We can do the building for you too, though that'll cost extra. You want lumber to restore the ladder. Why in the world would anyone want to do that? If you don't have the coin, least you could do is come up with a believable excuse. But look, I'm not one to turn folk away. I'll give you your lumber if you do me a favor in return. I'd just finished taking stock of our supply and was about to do another round for good measure. I want you to do the counting instead, and we'll see if your total matches mine. Now, some of the lumber's lying around about the yard, but most of it is kept in the storehouse. For these, you can just ask a Grithil for the number. Here, I'll lend you some writing material so you can take notes. You will not use this. Take stock of the supply of lumber in the shipyard. What you learn can be reviewed in your key items. Oh. You will automatically use this. It's a lumber stack. It's a lumber stack. You count 11 planks in the stack. Hey, Grithil. Hey, taking stock for Erwith, are you? Well, last I counted, we had 68 planks in the storehouse here. 9 of those were rotted through though, so we tossed them out. So 59. Oi, Grithil, another load's just arrived. 13 planks all told, but one's damaged. It's only good for kindling now. So 59 plus 12... 71. Right then. Bring the good ones here, and be sure to let Erwith know as well. So, how many planks does that make now? You're writing down those numbers anyway, right? I'm sure you can work it out. You jot down the details of the conversation. Does it actually write that? Right. So 82 is what we have right now. Where would the last ones be then? Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV, Kindergarten Edition. Addition math edition. It is more funny when they ask you to count something and it actually turns out to matter. Especially if people mash through the conversation and then have to go back and see what they missed because of it. You count 24 planks in the stack. That's 106. Done, are you? So, how many planks did you count? Wow! Aye, that's exactly what I counted. Thanks for your help, friend. Taking stock fair puts me to sleep, but it has to be done. As promised, I'll give you your lumber. What do you need it for anyway? The ladder. Remember? You were serious about the ladder. I'll be damned. If that's the case, please let us help with the work. We're shipwrights with no ships to build, only shacks. While it's a living, we all itch to do something greater. This fellow you say is in charge. You reckon he'd mind the likes of us barging in on his project? He'd welcome the help. Wonderful! I'll round up the lads and lasses and we'll head over to the ladder, along with all the lumber you need. And Mr. Carl Wax, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Says, that's funny. I made a Lala out this morning. Right now doing Endwalker main quests. And now I see this in my feed. Oh, right. Eirik. Glad to see you. You made a Lala alt. Wait. You made a Lalafell out this morning and it's already in Endwalker main quest? Did you buy a story skip or did you play extremely okay, boost, right. I was just going to say that is absolutely incredible if you could play through all that fast. I wonder if that's even possible. How far are you able to get in Final Fantasy XIV in a day? How far could you get in Final Fantasy XIV in a day? Like, I'm imagining like starting in the morning and then just speed running through main quests and doing only the mandatory to progress. How far would you be able to get? Would you be able to? I wonder if you would be able to reach the credits. And Eric says, I have money stuck on PayPal and my bank won't allow PayPal transfers. So I just felt like using it since I wanted an alt for future split runs and extra retainers. Ah, okay. That is pretty good. If I remember correctly, PayPal also costs a little bit to just hold your money or something like that, especially if you don't use it. So that makes sense. Anyway, Uraje, we have lumber. Ah, thou art returned. Wert thou able to procure the lumber? Well, to secure not only the material, but the eager cooperation of the shipwrights besides. Their expertise shall greatly avail our efforts. Master Chai's own efforts have not been without struggle, but he hath proven himself to be a determined soul. I doubt not but that the work shall be completed along, and we may continue on our way once more. Though it hath been years in the making, at long last do the people stand united in defiance of the world's fate, their hopes spurring us ever onward towards journey's end. Whatsoever may await us, when thou takest those final steps, I pray that it shall be with a smile upon thy face. Ah, but prematurely do I give myself to sentimental musings. Many more pressing concerns demand our attention, not the least of which is the matter of how we might reach the mountain, detached from the land as it is. For the present, 'twould appear we have matters here well in hand. Perhaps thou shouldst take thine ease for a time? Thou wilt need every ounce of thy strength for the trials ahead. Oh boy! A wait a moment quest. Mm-hmm.
Would you look at that? The citizens of Yulemoor engaging in what can only be described as manual labor. Who would have thought it possible? Do you know the most reliable way to deal with those who stubbornly refuse to see reason? You conquer them, crush them under heel. Such was the trusted method of Alec, and one still favored by Garlemald. But conquest is the easy part. The true challenge begins once the dust has settled, quenching the glowing embers of animosity and maintaining a semblance of peace. This requires the conqueror to treat the conquered with dignity, and the conquered to let bygones be bygones, a difficult feat to achieve. But you have achieved just that, to my considerable surprise. It's a compliment. Take it. The vibrant energy that fills the air when like-minded souls gather. To think back on that time before time, fair brings a tear to the eye.
Emmett pointing out that the hard part after conquering something or someone is to treat the conquered with dignity, and for the conquered to also let bygones be bygones is a very interesting point, because that is something that Garlemald has not really been able to do, as we saw with Alamigo and we saw in the East. So him saying you can do that, apparently, is pretty significant.
What? You thought ancient beings like us incapable of crying? Well, rest assured that if your heart can be broken, then so can mine. Back when the world was whole, we had family, friends, loves. Men knew peace and contentment, and with our adamant souls, we could live for an age. There was no conflict born of want or disparity. Our differences paled into insignificance next to all we had in common. And then there was Amarant. Never was a city more magnificent. From the humblest streets to the highest spires, she fairly gleamed. Not that you would remember any of this.
Remember?
Never mind. The point is, the world of old was a far better place than what we have now. I believe you would like it, having witnessed the things you have. Remember, you are of the source. Unlike the half-men here, you stand only to gain. Should you survive the remaining calamities, you will become our equal. A complete existence in a complete world. But such talk is a pleasure for later. Back to work, hero. There was one thing I had meant to ask. How well do you know the Exarch? Has he ever deigned to show you what hides beneath the cowl? What? Never? Even to you? How very interesting. I shall enjoy working out what it means. Until next time.
Oh, I knew you could do it, dearest. I never doubted you for a moment.
It's alive. I don't know if you remember, but when we first met in this world, I was all but spent. I never thought to wonder why until now. I think it all just got to be too much. The guilt of causing the flood. Knowing everyone hated me. But the worst thing was the solitude. Time wears you down, aye. But solitude eats away at you. It was this close to finishing me off. But as bad as it got, and as empty as I felt, I can't even begin to imagine what it must be like for Emmett's self. All of which is a long way of saying, don't make a choice that leaves you alone. Nothing is worth that, especially not eternity.
Glad tidings, my friend. The ladder lives again.
The three of us have been invited to do the honors. Are you up for it? Of course, if you're worried that the whole thing might come crashing down, we can always find someone else. That's the spirit. Come on then.
We rode the ladder too, my comrades and I. Once upon a time. Watched the horizon grow, and the town shrink below us. Awed and terrified in equal measure. We ascended without a word, the silence broken only by the rhythm of the gears. No one but me remembers that day. Remembers our journey and our end. Retread the path. Seek, and you may yet find.
Let's see here. Eric says they most likely boosted like I did when Leaf asked about how players can reach Endwalker with the Sprout icon still intact within 300 hours. Well, Smol Caetsu here is at 200 hours, just about 201 hours in like 10 minutes. And I could certainly have done this faster. Like, one thing is that we're reading all of the cutscenes, like every single conversation is being read in detail. But we also have times where we just stop for a moment. We also have done side quests that were entirely optional. So we could probably easily cut like 20 hours off that time, among other reasons why we could have done it faster. So reaching the end within 300 hours sounds very plausible. If they skip cutscenes, even more so. And yeah, you can buy skipping the story if you want to reach Endwalk quickly. I believe most players will absolutely agree that you should not buy a boost with your first character. It's a different story if you're making an alt. For any reason, really, it's a different story when you're doing it the second time. If you want an alt for some reason, and you don't want to redo the story with that alt, then there's nothing wrong in skipping. The key thing is that doing the story the first time is a big part of the game, of the experience. And furthermore, doing the game, like playing the game chronologically, also means that you're presented with challenges in increasing difficulty, which makes it a lot more feasible to learn and master the game, especially if you're new to the genre. Like, if you come over from World of Warcraft, you might not need that. But there's also players from World of Warcraft that absolutely need that because they have a hard time getting acclimated with the differences of Final Fantasy XIV. Things like that. And Eirik says, I was suspicious of the Exarch in this area, and that comment that Emmett Silk made about him just made me suspect him even more. It is funny. For me, when I did the story the first time, the story of Shadowbringers, I hadn't really paid that much close attention to the story, and it was an eternity since I did Crystal Tower, as I recall. So I had no idea what to expect. I don't know if I really paid attention to what Emmett Silk said in that cutscene when I did it the first time, so I'm not sure what I thought. However, I have a feeling that I was suspicious of him, but I'm not sure if it stemmed from that. And here we finally are, at Top Rock. The others should arrive ere long. Alphino! Caetsu! Come up here! There's something I need you to see! Is it the rock? What could this be about? Oh yeah, as I mentioned before, I have laid out a little guessing game that we can play together in the pinned comment in the stream chat. So if you come up with a good idea, I'd love to guess the job. There's a village, Caetsu, over to the northeast. So there is. Yet, after 2 decades without the ladder in operation, I would not be surprised if such an isolated settlement had long since been abandoned. To the east. What? Oh, there! Do you mean to the northeast, Alice? No, but that was before I spied someone leave it and proceed to head in our direction, all the while trying to remain unseen. Whoever this mysterious person is, they should still be out there. Go on and take a look, Caetsu. Yeah, you do it. Set your surroundings to the mysterious person. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the figure and inspect them with left click. Oh, it's a shoebill! The creature stares at you unflinchingly. This probably isn't the mysterious person Alice saw. Oh. You have located the mysterious person. However, it seems he has likewise spotted you and hurriedly turns back to the village. There's someone, right? And they were spying on us. Personally, I don't feel comfortable not knowing who they are. And what do you say we investigate? I'm curious too. I must admit, and I dare say we have a bit of time ere the others ascend. It's settled then. Let's head to the village and see if it's indeed inhabited. So, Tracy says, guess the job. Uses both hands. So, I already know that Eirik tried guessing monk. And with that alone, no further information, my guess is paladin, because it is the only job in Final Fantasy XIV that uses something in the main hand and the offhand. At least now. Black mage and white mage technically also uses something in both hands sometimes when you're low level. Is the answer paladin? And Eirik suggests ninja. That is my second guess if it isn't paladin. And if it's not ninja, then I suppose we're thinking about something completely different as the pointer for what means that it's using both hands. And Eirik also said it is ninja. Oh, okay. That is difficult. Yeah, nice one. And Eirik says, my girlfriend already knew who it was, the Exarch. She remembered the Crystal Tower well, but she never told me and let me figure it out. At the moment, there is a moment where it dawned on me, but we haven't gotten to that yet on Smol Caetsu, so in case anyone is watching that hasn't actually found this out themselves, I will leave it vague. You hear faint sounds from inside the building. However, the door refuses to budge. Anyone else has a good guess the job hint? Food has been hung out to dry in the sun, and quite recently by your reckoning. The cups are half empty, or half full, depending on how you see such things. Behind the counter, a kettle bubbles steadily over the stove. Yeah, that is a difficult one to trick. Kasari, welcome to the stream, says, I remember when I was doing the Duke Savage, there was a thing with white mages and black mages that many decided to use one-handed wand and a shield because of stat scaling things. Yeah, that's because when you enter Boja, Delubrum Regine, or Zadnor, your gear gets normalized. Like, they just give you a quote-unquote gear set over your gear. And the only things that affect it is gear with, like, specific bonuses that are activated in Boja. And, like haste bonuses and such. And the quote-unquote template weapon that black mages and white mages got if you brought a wand instead of an actual staff was like 0.1% weaker or something like that. So, and having a shield meant you could block, and blocking reduces damage by a lot. So that's why people would bring a wand and a shield instead. It was a very, 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 very small damage loss, but a huge survivability gain. Hey, Iman Boom, welcome to the stream. Says, hi there, good luck and have fun. Best wishes from Ukraine. Thank you so much. And good luck and best wishes to you as well. I hope you are okay and doing well over there. And Alif says, I'm still trying to come up with one since Kaito put up the question, so might be a while. It doesn't have to be a super complex one. You can give multiple riddles if you want. My best suggestion is don't let the hint include a job action. Because if it does, it has to be not associated with the job. Like if you say, oh, presence of mind, then I'm like, yeah, that's white mage, because I know that they have presence of mind, and even obscure actions I'm almost guaranteed to know. And Kasari says it was a trade-off, a slight to non-existent DPS loss to more survivability. Yeah, exactly. The reason why it is important that black and white mages used both hands back in the day is more because they still can, as you say, Kosali. And Eirik says, guess the job has a box that few likes, and even fewer knows what it does. It's Machinist. Machinist has a box on its hip. It is the way... if I remember correctly, it converts the heat from the gun into battery or something like that. It is supposed to be the case that as you level up higher, the box is also the thing that turns into your multi-tool, I have heard. But given that you still have the box on your hip when you use drill, I'm inclined to disagree. Is the answer Machinist, Eirik? What news, Kaitsu? Were you able to find anything of note? People are definitely still living here. Indeed. While there's no one to be seen, 'tis plain that this village is anything but abandoned. If the villagers are trying to conceal themselves, they are doing a rather poor job of it, but if they don't wish to be seen, what are we to do? I say, aren't you the ones who saved my life? Who? Oh, him! How did you get up here? You're Tristal, the artist from Yulmore. You remembered. Ever since we parted ways, I'm worried for you. I'm worried for you. Bound for the city as you were. Never did I imagine that we would meet again, and here of all places. We could say the very same thing to you, my friend. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, but tell me, what is this village? This is Amity, a settlement made up of those who survived being exiled from Yulmore. As I wandered the wilds, I chanced to cross paths with an inhabitant of these parts. He took me through a secret tunnel, which led me to the top of the bright cliff. I've been here ever since. Life is hard, but we know a semblance of peace. Well, we did at any rate, until Mount Gold broke away from the earth. Then just as suddenly, the ladder started moving again. And you feared whoever was coming up would threaten your lives. Aye, but I see now there's no cause for concern. Will you tell me what has brought you here? Yeah, we're chasing the mountain. So Vauthry is a sin eater, and he's fled to Mount Gold. It is a strange tale, but I have no reason to doubt your words. I owe you my life. If there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. Your help would be most welcome, Tristal. To begin with, we request your people's permission to reconnoiter the area. If we are to confront Vauthry, we must find a way to reach Mount Gold. Of course, you hardly need our permission to be here. I will tell the others about you and yours. Now, we haven't much to offer in the way of hospitality, but our village is at your disposal. Please use it as you see fit in your quest. And it was indeed Machinist. Iron Boom says, all good, thank you, hang in there. Yeah, exactly. I really hope that it goes well. It is very worrying. But we hear less and less, I feel like, about it. It becomes scary. But let's, as you say, let's focus on this. Get a smile on our faces. Think of something more positive. And Eirik says, I like the story of the machinist. It was made as a weapon for those that weren't lucky or powerful enough for things like warrior or black mage. I agree. It is a really wonderful story, and the saddest part about the story is that you can see how the story sort of explains that the real reason why that Ishgard is preventing machinery from being allowed is because it means that the elites of the city loses control and power, because then the weak can protect themselves, and more importantly can help protect. And Kosani says, on another note, I somehow got to the 100th floor of the New Deep dungeon. I feel like I was on a verge of a panic at the end. Nice! Congratulations! I haven't even been in it yet. I don't know if what is best to do with it, and that's why I'm not just jumping in, because who knows, maybe it would be interesting to stream my first experience with it, but then it would be more interesting to bring 3 friends. Things like that. So I haven't entered yet. Yet another hapless soul that Alphinaud saved from mortal danger, I see. Some things never change. At any rate, it seems that brother has a mind to linger. Meanwhile, I have a mind for us to explore. Caetsu and I are going to scout out the area. We'll be back in a while. Oh, well, very well then. Just take care out there. It isn't easy to come up. I also want to say it isn't easy to come up with a hint for a job, because on one hand it might be too obscure, and then it might apply to like 5 jobs, and then suddenly it becomes very hard to guess, because there's a lot of answers that are clearly looks correct given the hint, but isn't for some reason. But you could also give a too easy hint, and then it is very easy to guess. The hint about the box from Eirik is really good, because not everyone even remembers or has even noticed that Machinist has a box on the hip at all times. And the hint that really gave it away was that Eirik says that few like, because it is the fact that the box is mandatory, it has to be on the character, and it is the same for all guns, means that it leaves little to no customization in that particular aspect. The path diverges. Let's split up so we can cover more ground. I'll go east if you would be so kind as to head west. We can aim to meet at the foot of the mountain, taking note of what we see along the way. In a short while then. Oh man. Oh boy. We are hurtling towards something that I have never been able to see in game. It happens over there. What would be a good hint? What would be a good hint? part of the reason why it's difficult for me as well is because I could give a really obscure hint. Because, for example, I could make a hint based on something that a job used to have, but that isn't very interesting if you don't know. And I might be the only one that would even care to know this, so that wouldn't be very exciting to guess. And therefore I'm trying to think of a hint. Eric says, guess the job. Their weapon used to be a child's toy. I'm going to go out on a limb there. That you're not meaning that it's a toy sword, because if it's just a toy weapon, then it's like all tanks, and just for a start. So I'm thinking that might not be it. It could be the weapon used to be a child's toy. That is a good one. That is a really good one. Let's see. You will add something. Okay. And Iman Boom says, need more likes under this stream. Thank you so much. Eric says, I will add something. I will talk with Alice and then I'll try to guess based on what you add.
You're a sight for sore eyes. I don't know about you, but I bumped into quite a few sin eaters out there. You too, then. It seems the closer we get to Mount Gulg, the more of them there are. Looks a lot bigger from here, doesn't it? If I were Vauthry, the first thing I'd do is surround myself with as many sin eaters as I could lay my hands on. And judging by the number we've already faced, his lordship is of the same mind. This is going to be a tough climb. But first things first. We need to determine if climbing is even an option. The more I look, the less likely it seems. Y'shtola is right to be worried. But flying may be our only choice after all.
There you are. Master Alphino was afeard you had met with some misfortune.
Urianger. And you too, Exarch. What brings you here?
I wish to observe the final struggle with my own eyes. I arrived at Bottom Rung too late to accompany you, but I was in time to join Urianger and the others. Come, let us see how this unfolds.
it seems flying is off the table.
If we have learned that much, then the Machina have served their purpose.
Ah, so that's what they were for. Wasteful, but effective.
It would seem our foe will not be reached by land or air. We must needs withdraw to consider another course. Master Alphino waiteth for us atop run. Thither should we make our way.
But we were so close to Tomra. See, hey John Pang, I hope you're doing well. With you, I woke up early because I saw you streaming. Ah. And Tracy says I got Astrologian with the first hint, but had to think about it. I didn't know the Astrologian weapon was a toy for kids specifically. I thought it was like a toy for for like a physicist or something like space related. But then Tracy says the cards are, and I never saw the Astrologian's weapon as the cards themselves. But you're right; those are also part of it. The planisphere looks like tops. You can't stop me, main quest. We're going to check out the special building. And Eirik says it was a toy that was for kids' parties and such. Like a party trick. Ah, okay. I see. See, where is the building? Wait, it's this one. So, if you guys are wondering why this is so exciting, try and go here to Tomra on your character if it is not a Lalafell. And try walking in here. Not only does entering it cause like a little automatic run like this, where like it forces me to walk inside, if you're not a Lalafell, it will flat out tell you that you can't enter. So this is a first. I didn't actually know there was all this in it. It's a staircase. Wow. And some beds. What a cute house. And, wow. Anyone in the mood for reading? It's a little scary with this exciting music. That was fun. Nalif didn't know either. Well, now you know. You can go and hang out there, take a lot of pictures, send to your friends that aren't Lalafells and say, "Look what I can do." I don't think people talk that much about it anymore because it's, you know, it's from Shadowbringers. But I do remember that it was talked about a lot when people discovered it back in Shadowbringers. And then Eirik mentions that they should add a chair into the game that fits Lalafells. Oh boy, I like it. I think it's really cool. My friend Sip likes it. The first thing he did when he realized it existed was get one, and then he promptly asked if we could have one in the Free Company house. I don't know why people are mad. I think from what I could gather, mainly the people that are mad about it are those that don't think it's funny that their character is like treated, quote unquote, like a child. And let me just put it like this, I'm not going to try and get into more detail than that, because if we do that, then suddenly this stream is going to get really awkward. Just to say, the big no. I didn't expect to see the Chais here, though I suppose it's well within their rights. At any rate, it's time to tackle our next little obstacle, finding a way to reach Mount Gulg. For this, we'll need to put all our heads together. A new weapon? If I speak, I'm in trouble. And yeah, that is absolutely correct, Tracy. Too much drama online at present. Let's hide away from the drama and just enjoy the main quest. And happy things, like Smol Caetsu.
In short, there's no path, and the sky is thick with Vauthry's winged devils.
We might consider Amaro, but without extensive training, we cannot hope to contend with the Eaters. Yulmor's airship fleet, meanwhile, consists solely of transport vessels ill-suited for battle. And without the expertise of one such as Sid, we are in no position to attempt a refit.
Oh, it's so frustrating! That wretched mountain should jolly well come back down to earth!
Now, dearest, we mustn't disturb these good people at their work. We've ridden the ladder and seen the sights. It's past time we took our leave.
The lady may well have the right of it. Mount Gulg will not soon come down to Earth, nor can we compel it to do so. But if the mountain will not come to the land, mayhap the land may be made to come to the mountain. In the form of a Talos. A Talos large enough to reach out and take the volcano in its grasp.
To build such a golem would be an onerous undertaking indeed. Yet the principle seemeth sound in itself.
Balderdash! No one has ever made one even half that size. Leaving aside the small matter of logistics, which, by the way, would be no small matter, the design would be unimaginably complex. Though, I suppose, if its only function is to cling to the ruddy mountain, perhaps it needn't be. Solid base, firmly rooted to the ground, sacrifice mobility to simplify the construction, reducing materials required. Wait, what am I thinking? We would still need a veritable army of people to do the work. Left to the crew that helped down below, it would take decades, if not a nice round century.
So we need more hands. And what sort of things would these hands be required to do?
Well, let's see. First, we'd need people to procure the stone for the chassis. The rock found near the mountain would suit our purposes well enough. It would be a simple task to quarry the stuff, but given the stupendous quantity required, we'd need all the help we can get.
We have friends amongst the miners of Armoring. I will go and petition their aid.
While you do that, I'll make for Mordsuk. I'm sure I'll be able to drum up some support.
Then I shall return to Calusia. From fishers to carpenters, Yulmor is home to all manner of talented folk. I dare say their skills will avail us.
Is there anything else you need?
Well, yes, actually. Magic. Lots of the stuff, as much as possible. To awaken a Talos of this size would require an entire congregation of mages.
Many among the Knights Blessed are gifted in the arcane arts. I will recruit them to our cause.
The Fey folk, too, possess surpassing aptitude in magics. Yet they are not wont to cooperate in the endeavors of men. Leastwise, not without making all manner of mischief. That being the case, I would instead call upon the people of the Crystarium, with thy permission, Exarch.
We are at your disposal, as are our Amaro and Chocobos.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me you can call on not only the people of Yulmore and the Crystarium, but the Knights Blessed and the Maud, and even those miners? But that's just about everyone in Ballynorvrand. Who are you people? And how did you come to have so many friends?
The Saviors of the World, or Adventures of No Import, or The Artist Alphino and His Assistants, Brum Ching.
Saviors of the world? Are you being serious? Oh gods, you are.
So, as you can see, you will not want for bodies. I trust you will have your design ready in good time for their arrival. Norvrant is counting on you, heir to Daedalus Stoneworks.
We'll be back as soon as we can, and we'll bring the whole world with us.
I take it we will be assisting Master Chai, though I am quite sure he has everything under control.
Are you sure? He doesn't look very certain. I love this storyline because of how real it is. Like, we need something quite... we just need something constructed. And we just happen to have the best engineer in this world capable of making it. And he goes over all of the mundane aspects necessary to get it done. And it makes sense. Like, oh yeah, we don't actually... It's impossible unless we don't do this. Maybe we do this different. What do we make it of? Things like that. It's really, really interesting to me, and I like that they didn't just skip over it like previously in the story when they're going into something quote-unquote complex. They typically just go, oh, but you don't care about that, do you? And just skip to the end. And then Eirik says, let's have drama about the drama. And I do agree, the Chais are awesome. Naleep says, I picked the Artist Alphino one. Could imagine it was funny. Have the design ready, she says. In good time, she says. Does she even understand what's involved? Before I can even attempt to design anything, I need intimate knowledge of the land, the knowledge of locals. Last I heard, no one lives here. Well, boy, do I have news for you. What? A village of Yulmoran exiles? But those people have every reason to loathe a free citizen like me. They couldn't possibly be willing to cooperate. This will never work. Never! I never should have fixed that ruddy lift. Never should have written it up here. Never should have... Never should have... Oh dear, darling. Darling appears to have lost it the plot. But he has it in him, Caetsu. He's the cleverest man I know. He just wants for confidence sometimes. If we were to give him some words of encouragement, I'm sure he can give you Talos. A bit of advice I learned from his mother. He responds poorly to obvious praise. You'll need to find another way to stoke the fires of his motivation, awaken his sense of daring. Choose words that will best encourage Chinese. In order to succeed, you must lift his spirits sufficiently during the conversation. Chinese is plagued with self-doubt. I can't do it. No one can. A Talos of that size. No one's even dreamed of it. Alphino once struggled to collect firewood. I feel like this isn't helpful. This surely is something that he knows, right? Actually, wait a minute. He might not. You're a genius. You can do this. Oh, it's simple as that, is it? You say some magic words and I can suddenly do the impossible. Don't make me laugh. Okay then. As I said, I can't do a damn thing without help from those villagers, and they're not barely likely to give it. Tristel's among them, you said so yourself. Lest you've forgotten, we essentially sent him to his death. Even if the others don't bear personal grudge, he would never forgive us. Things won't improve by themselves. You have to take the first step. I know. Unless we take the first step, there can never be reconciliation. This is a chance for everyone to come together. Even if they hurled stones at me, perhaps it's worth trying to apologize. You're still plagued with self-doubt. But what then? In the end, it's not even a question of forgiveness. Building such an enormous Talos is impossible, and no amount of contrition will change that. And even if by some miracle the people of Amity were willing to let bygones be bygones, they'd think that the plan is absurd. I think it's absurd. It's less absurd than the change that's come to Yulmore. We liberated a castle with a strategy that many would call absurd. Everything you touch turns to gold. No one would doubt your plan. That doesn't work. It's less absurd than the change that's come to Yulmore. Well, I can't argue with that logic. Enormous as the task is, it's simply a matter of finding a solution to a practical problem. From that perspective, it's not entirely unrealistic. China still harbors some misgivings. But realistic or no, there's no guarantee of success. There are risks to consider should the venture fail. Imagine for a moment that we fail to reach Vauthry and only succeed in provoking him. In his fury, he may well unleash his hordes of eaters and we'll meet a horrible end. We could build Talos for battle. I've thought of that, I assure you, but I'm afraid Talos cannot contend with Sin Eaters. If they could, I would never have come to Yulmore. Nonetheless, I appreciate your earnest attempt to find a solution. Still harbor some misgivings. It makes me wonder, what is it that drives you? Tell me, why did you throw yourself into the midst of such a grueling struggle? I got roped into it. To protect those I love. Indeed. What else could compel us to face such dangers? I too have someone I wish to protect, with whom I want to live out my days in peace. Chinese is burning with motivation. We did it! We charged his limit break. I guess. Yes! Yes! By the gods, I can do this! I just need to have a little faith in myself. Right. Let's head to Amity and speak with the villagers, with Tristel. My love, things are liable to become more dangerous. I want you to wait for me back in Yulmore. No, wherever you go, I'm going too. Besides, you're not the only one who has to apologize. But there's no telling what may happen out here. I don't know if I can keep you safe. Perhaps this is a bad idea after all. I don't think I have what it takes. Master Chai, that you are beset with doubt is proof that you can envision the task ahead. That which man can envision, he can make reality. Thus did some old friends of mine once say. Even should it be a feat fit for the divine, if something has been done before, then it most assuredly can be done again by our own hands. That's a little idealistic, don't you think? Perhaps, Master Chai, perhaps, but what is man if not an idealistic creature? It is not an easy thing to achieve one's dreams. My friends can attest to that. Countless times did they meet with frustration in the course of their endeavors. None would have found fault with them had they given up, yet they never did. One step after the next, they forged on towards their goals. And for their determination, they accomplished numerous feats that many believed lay beyond the reach of mankind. Like them, you are a man of science. Amidst your doubts, surely there is a spark of desire. The desire to make the impossible possible. Come, darling. Like the old days, I would be the first to see your Talos. And you shall be, my dear. I would have none other at my side. When my greatest masterpiece awakens. Right, then, to Amity. I'm glad my words struck a chord. Shall we? Also, I want to say that Eirik, your hint with the toy was a really good one. For some reason, I thought over pretty much all the jobs and completely skipped over Astrologian for no particular reason. And then when you mentioned that it was used for fortune telling, I just went, well, there's only one job that is related to fortune telling. So I think that is actually a really good point about the hints, is if you give a hint that could fit for multiple jobs, then it becomes a lot more interesting, because then you go over the list like, nah, it's probably not this, because if it was, then it would obviously also be this. Like, if Paladin was the answer because they have a sword, which could be a toy, then it could also be Ninja because they have they have knives, which could be toys, and it could be Samurai because they have a katana, which could be a toy. So the specific detail that it is not an actual weapon, but it is a toy first, is important. You have every right to be angry with us, but please listen to what I have to say. I'm tasked with delivering these people to Mount Gold by means of a talus of heretofore seen unseen proportions. However, I cannot do this without the cooperation of those with intimate knowledge of this land, that is, you and your fellow villagers. Cooperation? After you ignored my desperate pleas and cast me out, you have the gall to come here and ask for my cooperation? You've every right to be upset. Vauthry's not the one to blame for your suffering. We are. We were free citizens without a care in the world, indifferent to the hardship of others. We didn't know what would become of you, and frankly, we didn't care. But we know now that what we did to you, to fool many, was wrong. Terribly wrong. No words will suffice to make amends, but I want you to know that we are deeply sorry. I'm not sure how I feel. Should I forgive you? Hate you? Perhaps it's not even my place to judge. After all, I sought a place in your city. I wanted to be you once. But one thing is clear to me. All of that is in the past, and we mustn't let past wrongs stand in the way of a brighter future. And so, I will cooperate with you. Please see our friends to Mount Gog. You have my word. I'll set to work on the design at once. Wouldn't do to have nothing to show the others when they return with help. Make no mistake, this venture is unprecedented in the history of Talos building. Nay, the history of all mankind, but rest assured, this genius of Daedalus Stoneworks will deliver. Yeah, exactly, Eirik. I was also thinking, does he mean a stick? No, but then it would be Black Mage and White Mage would be the correct answer, both. Does he mean like a book? Nope, because then it would be Scholar and Summoner. Ah, Wicked White! Is there a problem? Well, you see, I've been promised people to procure the stone as well as imbue magic. When I was put on the spot earlier, I thought that was all we required. But I forgot about one rather important item needed to bring a Talos to life. Is it the crystal thing, the heart? That's right, the heart. I'm pleased to see you have some familiarity with Talos. So, while I work on the design, I'd be much obliged if you could see to procuring the ore with which to fashion a heart. A heart suitable of bringing to life a Talos that shall embrace the very firmament. If you seek material for the Talos' heart, I know people who may be able to assist. They are the Thulls, a dwarven family that have long mined this land. No one knows its bounty as well as they. If you explain your situation, I'm sure they would be willing to cooperate. Indeed, it was one of them that showed me the secret tunnel to the top of the cliff. You will find the Thulls at their village to the northwest, a place called Tomra. When you arrive, seek an audience with Chief Xamot, and do not forget to greet him with a hearty lally-ho! Permit me to join you, Caetsu. I would keep my joints limber, and mayhap I can provide some manner of assistance. I'll leave the heart to the two of you then. The variety of ore doesn't matter so long as it's rich with ether. I'll aim to have my design complete by your return. And we have the etherite already. Yeah, exactly, Gozari. A lot of branches. Just a stick. Okay, I have a guess the job for you guys. Guess the job they have an action that has a global cooldown or recast timer of 2.2 seconds. That's a technical hint, but it also means that you could feasibly just look over every action in the game and eventually you would find the answer. Hello, you Dragoon. How are you doing? So this is Tomra. I think we have a cat in the stream, guys. Seldom do we see the dwarven folk at the Crystarium, to now be in the presence of so many. You Dragoon says, that sounds like Black Mage with Scathe. Scathe has a GCD of 2.5. It should be stated that I'm giving this hint assuming you have no skill speed or spell speed, of course. Otherwise, that would be a bit unfair. And Eirik says, I would guess monk or dancer. Nope. Dancers' actions at best, and the closest they have, I believe, is 1.5 with Tilana. Monk, their GCDs default to 2.25, so not 2.2, but 2.25 when you have Greased Lightning level 2. But let's see. They would have a GCD of 2.2 exactly when they have 3 stacks of armies Paeon. Now, I'm talking about a singular action. So Bard is not the answer. It is. I want to be clear. This action, this specific action, always has a GCD of 2.2. Especially for this job. I'll give another hint in a few minutes. Let's see what the Crystal Exarch has here. Matthew J says Blue Mage? I don't think they have any GCDs that are 2.2. If you can point to a specific action that has a 2.2 second GCD for the Blue Mage, then that could be, but it's certainly not the job I'm thinking of. Seldom do we see the dwarven folk at the Crystarium, to now be in the presence of so many. I shall enjoy not having to crane my neck for a change. Lollyho! Sharpened Knife is a 2.5 second recast, but it hasn't a single second cast timer, which is why Blue Mage regularly uses it for weaving. Because it has a cast time short enough that you can weave. If you have a lot of spell speed, it is possible you can get it to 2.2, but the key thing here is that if you take off all of your gear, the action I'm thinking of is still 2.2. If you take off all of your buffs, the cast time is still the recast time is still 2.2. It is strictly always 2.2, in fact. Specifically because the type of speed necessary to use this to reduce the cast time of this or the recast time of this action is the type of speed that this job will not be using. What did you just call me? It's a greeting, lass. A lally-ho for a lally-ho. That's the way it works. Come, let's try it again. Lally-ho! 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 Not bad, but there's room for improvement. Any road, now that we've observed common courtesy, who are you? And what happened to your helmet? Ding ding, there it is, Alif got it. Red Mage. Do you also know what the action is? So that everyone else isn't kept in the dark? You don't know the action. Anyone that now that you know that it is Red Mage, does anyone know what action I was thinking of? At the recommendation of the denizens of Amity, we have come to seek the aid of the Thol family. May we speak with Chief Zammot? Alif says this is the melee combo thing. Yes, it is a specific step of the melee combo. Matthew has got it. Enchanted Redoublement. Redoublement. That is the one. I think it is one of, if not the... I think it's the only action in the game with a 2.2 second GCD. It's an interesting detail because if you check the Red Mage opener, you will notice that after Riposte you only do a single weave because it has a recast time of 1.5. Zwerchau also has a recast time of 1.5, so it's a single weave, but Redoublement is exactly long enough that you can double weave. Like, it is perfectly metered out. So you can double weave. So you do. Why, yes you may. I am Zammot, and I bid you welcome to Tomra. If it's the folk of Amity what sent you here, you must have quite a tale to tell. Come, let's hear it. Well, and there I thought those below had no fight left in them. Having said that, it's not like we know how to deal with that floating volcano and all them sin eaters neither. If you're serious about restoring peace to these parts though, we'll gladly lend you a hand. I also want to point out, he says, where's your helmet because I'm a Lalafell. However, the kind of ore you seek's precious to us too. If I let you have it only for you to bungle things up and squander it, like no amount of ale will wash away my chagrin. First, I need to make sure you're worthy by means of a trial. Aye, a trial most tricksy, passed down through the line of Thol. And what is this trial? Come with me and I'll tell you all. See, and Kasadi says all of my options were all at 1.5 GCD times upon checking. Yeah, that's it. That like there's a lot of those. Naleef says I just guess based on the skill spell speed clue. Bard and Lance are gone, and I'm sure Black Mage would not have a 2.2 recast time. Not only that, I'm pretty sure Black Mage would not have a 2.2 recast time weapon skill. So I took it might be Red Mage or Summoner. Definitely not from me having the knowledge of those recast times. If you assume that it, like, so here's a bonus detail to this that you could consider, is that what jobs have both weapon skills and spells? Paladin, Dark Knight, Red Mage. Anyone I forgot? I'm pretty sure that's all of them. Even Blue Mage's Sharpened Knife is a spell. Kasadi said, I thought of one. Go ahead. Oh yeah, Reaper has a harp. That's true. That's true, Matthew.
Listen well. As you know, we're a mining folk, and in a mining life, danger's a constant companion. So, when we come of age, each of us must prove our readiness to take to the mines. This we do by undertaking a trial what tests the 3 traits all good miners can't do without: discernment, diligence, and dexterity. We call it 3D Mine Runner.
That sounds like a game.
Now, look at my helm. Mark its features well. You'll be given a slingshot, which you must use to shoot dwarves as wears helms what are different. I've already made the necessary arrangements. When you're ready to take the trial, report to the observer nearby. Best of luck to you.
Huh. Asadi says, what is a job with an outdated or obsolete skill to this very day? Summoner's Physic is completely pointless. Another answer is Monk's Anatman. Although technically it is usable, it is like just only useful in like extremely specific situations, and it results in an extremely small DPS gain.
Lali Ho, you must be the challenger the chief mentioned. I'll show you to the rooftop at once. As I'm sure you've been told, in 3D Mine Runner, you use a slingshot to shoot them as wear the wrong helm. Let's begin with a spot of practice, eh?
Search for the dwarf wearing the wrong type of helm. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the dwarf and use the slingshot with left click. Is the correct answer Summoner, or were you thinking of something else, Kvasari?
Nice shooting. Keep it up. Keep it up in the actual trial, eh? Aye, that's the way. Next time, it's the trial for true. Let me know when you're ready, eh? Ready for the trial? Right this way, then. This time they'll be them as wear the right helm. You shoot them, you fail. So look carefully before you let the stone fly.
Search for the dwarf, same thing.
Well done. A fine show of discernment and dexterity, was it now?
Was that it?
Well done, well done. The trial the trial never lies. You've got what it takes to be a miner.
Do you think so, really?
Run along back to the chief now, and get on with putting an end to all this strangeness of late.
That was really weird. Vasadi says, maybe I should also add this as well. The skill used to have another function, but it's since been removed. That does make it a lot harder. What could that be? What could it be? Oh. I'm not sure. Alif says, is it the bard shot thing that pushes you backwards? Repelling shot, is that obsolete or useless? It didn't used to have the repelling shot used to be a weapon skill, and it used to do damage. Which made it more pointless than it is now.
That was some impressive shooting, lass. Consider me satisfied. Aye, 'tis plain you didn't come this far with luck alone, so I'll place my faith in you and help you find the ore you seek.
Matthew says, Astrologian again? With undraw. That could also be the case, actually. And if I remember correctly, back in the day, I'm pretty sure there was a time where draw's cooldown wouldn't start ticking unless you played the card. So you had to actually play the card quickly. But I'm not entirely sure on that one. Well, actually, that's irrelevant. Astrologian could draw cards that they didn't actually want to play back in the day. Because there was a lot more lead up to playing a card. It is attached to a healer. It could be sleep, but that is actually a mage action. And if sleep was the intended action, then repose is the same. So I'm pretty sure it's not that, because then all healers and all mages would apply. It's probably not a role action.
Did you know that Crucia's rich in sulfur? Well, it is. We've been mining the stuff since ancient times. And every so often, the selfsame veins yield what's called earthseed, a rare ore steeped in magic. Time was, we used to refine earthseed for this and that, but the technique's been lost. The stuff's still out there to be had, though, provided you know where to look, and no place to search is sure in the Durga's Terrell. Problem is, the site's occupied by our age-old rivals, the Gawks. Greedy sots claim the place as theirs and refuse to let any other bugger near. Oh, there never was a more odious lot than them Gogs. I could go on forever about those hornless whoresons, but then we'd be here forever, and that won't get us anywhere. What it boils down to is this. If you want the Earth Seed, you've got to deal with the Gogs. Reckon you're up to the challenge? We have dealt with far worse. I'm sure we can find a way to obtain what we need. That's the spirit. Now, to help you find your way, I'll have one of ours go with you.
I'll do it. I'll go with them.
You? Korut?
I couldn't help overhearing. I knew the Eaters had flocked to Mount Gulf, but I didn't know why. To think the last Light Warden's hiding up there. The fate of Colusia. No, the world hangs in the balance. If we can be of some help, then I want to do my part. Your zeal is commendable, lad, but it isn't so simple. This here's Korut. Young as he is, he's one of the village's finest miners. The lad's got an uncanny sense of where to dig, and his aim with a pickaxe is as true as any dwarf's. But put him in the thick of battle, and he couldn't hit the side of a minecart if he was sitting in it. If all he needed was dig, he'd be your dwarf, but he's liable to become a Sin Eater's breakfast before he can even manage a swing. It's true, I'm hopeless in a fight. But I still want to try. Please, please let me go with you.
We can probably protect him. I take care of you, you take care of the ore.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll try my best not to be a burden. If you want to take Korut, far be it from me to stop you. Keep him safe though, will you?
We will most assuredly encounter Sin Eaters along the way. Though, with you in our company, they will be more a spectacle than a concern. Let's see. Eirik says the fairy with Scholar. And Kasabi says that is correct. And the explanation is Scholar has two fairies. And they used to be different in functionality. But now that they are identical, they're at least one of them could be considered obsolete or outdated. That is a good one. That is a really good one. The reason why you can pick now is just for the visual aspect. It is honestly, it would probably be better and make more sense for new players if they made it in the same way as Summoner, where you need to use a text command to change it instead of having two separate buttons. I also prefer Sedin. That was a good one, Kasari. Celine Dion.
The Dwargar's Terrell lies in a cave to the east. I'm ready when you are.
Let's go. That is a good one. Actually, I will say, Kwasari, that Physic is probably less pointless than having two different summons that are identical in function. Oh, I can use Left Eye on the Crystal Exarch. I wasn't sure. Yeah, exactly. Physic at least does something, and when you're in a Realm Reborn zones, Mage Gear tends to also give Mind, which means, and here's the thing, Physic isn't super weak by design, it's super weak because it scales with Mind, and Summoner Gear after a Realm Reborn simply just doesn't have Mind on it. So from level 1 to 49,
you will actually have mind on your gear, and physic will be usable. It won't be good, but it will at least be usable. You can help someone with it. That much is true. But different fairies will never be helpful. Look at this. The Crystal Exarch is a white mage paladin with both cover and heals. What is he casting? Oh, he's casting Cure. No, okay, now I know. The real power of the Crystal Exarch is that he has access to the cross-class actions. He's actually a paladin, but he's using Cure from the cross-class action list. Yeah? A true blast from the past. Yeah, well, he is also both. He's both from the future and the past at once, huh? Oh, whoops, messed up the combo there. I have to say, Crystal Exarch, you're not that good at combat. His genius battle strategy is to just spam heal to hold aggro. I mean, if you can just use cover on everyone and just spam heal yourself, that might be a feasible strategy for tanking. And he says he never spam heals when I played, maybe because I was white mage. I think he just spam heals himself when he drops below a certain health threshold. I'm not sure. Hey Pitu, how are you doing? He sounds like a Sprout healer, yeah, doesn't he? Oh boy. Doing well, that is good to hear. I'm also doing well. Yes, please stack them all up. Then there's a chance we can get finished today. Oh, he's using a limit break. Excellent. Ah! Alif says, was that a black mage limit break? I believe that was... I'm pretty sure that was mage limit break 2. Just as we're about to get there. One last push then, shall we, Kaitsu? The limit break broke your stream. Oh no. So you had to refresh it, hopefully? Okay, now it works again. Good. That is annoying. But I'm glad to hear that it fixed itself. Oh yeah, this is the Crystal Towers theme. Roulette PTSD. I like this theme. Are you supposed to just take that? Ow. Yeah, that's true, Tracy. Although, I think, given that we know that he comes from the Crystal Tower, it only makes sense that a theme related to him would be the Crystal Tower theme. So that is also possibly like a intended to confuse you if you're not onto him yet. But it's a good point. It's a good reminder that, the Crystal Tower, remember? Ow. Yeah, he's casting Fire Force for his filler attacks. Vasadi says, I skipped a lot at the end of the Crystal Tower. Yeah, originally when I did it, I did too. Like, a lot of skipping. That is probably also why I was like, I don't know who this man is when I got to it the first time. Like, a lot of lore in Final Fantasy XIV I've had to like go back and rediscover after the fact because of that. And that's also why I say, if you're not enjoying the story, but you're enjoying the game, then you don't have to, you know, watch the story in great detail. Some players don't like the A Realm Reborn story, and then there's nothing wrong in skipping. But if you don't give it a chance, then you will never be able to like it. It's like, at the very least, give it a chance. We're alive! We're alive! Let's hurry inside before any more Sin Eaters come. Good thinking.
Follow me, please. I will take you to the Durgar's Tevel, where the purest sulfur in the land may be found.
Cassandra says, I think it was pestered IRL, so I had to rush to the end, else I would have met someone's wrath. Oh dear. There's also a lot that rush through the main quest or other story-heavy parts of the game because of friends wanting to play with them and wanting them to like reach endgame. Like players that have friends in Final Fantasy XIV playing endgame content and they want to play with their friends may be more likely to speed run through the main quest to reach the end game to play with their friends, which makes perfectly good sense. But it still then circles around. It becomes, yeah, you go ahead and speed run a marathon, right? You go ahead and do that with your first run of the build. Like other players that have alts and do it, that's a different story because you can just jump to your main when you're tired. Because Cassandra says that's someone being my parents. Oh, it wasn't close to bedtime. Was it? Or was it dinner? If the terrain and stench are any indication, we are at the Tevel. Ah, there.
The Gorks, with their ugly, unkempt beards. If they realize we're here, they'll come after us. Best to take them down first.
You what?
Be not so hasty, Korut. The animosity between your two clans notwithstanding, I would not resort to violence unless necessary. I'll use an enchantment to render you invisible. It will not fool Sin Eaters, but it will suffice to hide you from the eyes of men. While you are thus concealed, do you think you could find us the Earthseed? Aye, I'll dig up the choicest stuff there is. We would be much obliged.
Without further ado then.
Ha! I can see straight through me. Right, out digging we will go.
Let us not be idle either. Though Korut cannot be seen, he may still be heard. I would aid him by removing some few Gorks from the field. To that end, Arik says, I'm going to go and do my raid proc. Alright, thank you for watching, and thank you for checking in. Hope you have good luck with your raid proc. Dream Powder. As you may recall, we used it for the rescue mission at Laxon Loft. We used it in Yulmore too. Truly, it seems our alchemists got a little carried away with the latest batch. But if it has been useful in our endeavors, then I have no cause to complain. Now then, I shall make you invisible as well, that you might steal close to the dwarves and give them a dose of dream powder. Even should it fail to put them to sleep outright, it should render them drowsy enough to seek their beds. Say the word, and I will cast the enchantment. Ready to begin? Very good. Should the enchantment fade before you finish tending to all the dwarves, return to me and I will cast it anew. Funny how my enchantment lasts like 2 or 3 minutes, while Korut's enchantment lasts however long the plot requires it to. Developed at the crystalline mean, this alchemical powder swiftly induces slumber. Poof. Ah, can barely keep my eyes open. Time to call it a day. No suspicion from the fact that you went from totally awake to sleepy in an instant. Oh, so drowsy. Not safe to work when drowsy. Better get some rest.
Little work and no ale makes something or something, and I'm spent. Something or something. All the dwarves have taken their leave. Good work, my friend. We have done all that we can. Let us await Kurut's return. I'm back. This is the purest stuff there is. Think it's enough, or shall I go and dig up some more? I dare say it will suffice for our purposes. You have our gratitude, Kurut. Let us carry this back to... Are you alright? Worry not, I shall be fine, long as I have been away from the crystarium. A little weakness is to be expected. I may have also overexerted myself in the moment. To have this rare opportunity yet be unable to enjoy it to the full. Who goes there? Ah! That's Glag, Chief of the Gogs. You're one of the Thulls. I see. Word was Albiners were coming back drowsy, one after the next. I immediately suspected foul play. And what should I find here but Thull scum skulking about? It's a spineless act befitting your limp beards. What? I won't stand for that insult. Our beards are soft and luscious and smell like freshly tapped ale. Gog beards are dry and crusty and smell like a knocker's ass. What? Impudent whelp! Better hobgoblin's nose hairs than the feeble, flabby things you Thulls have hanging from your faces. Like oil and water, this is not like to end of its own accord. Caetsu, do you, perchance, have some dream powder left? We shouldn't interrupt their conversation. But this was beginning to get interesting. Worry not, my friend. Something tells me you'll have ample opportunity later to witness their bickering. For now, however, we should be on our way. What the slaving? Forgive me, Kurut, but we need you to be calm as well. I'm sorry, it's just when it comes to the Gogs, I can't help but see red. You needn't apologize, my friend. You are here on our account, and we have naught but gratitude for you. Now that we have what we came for, however, it is time to take our leave. The Talos awaits its heart. I came up with another guest job. Guess the job. The only tank, so that leaves only 4, that can both generate and spend a resource with only AoE attacks by level 40. Well, my friend, much as I have enjoyed our time together, I think it best we split up, that we might accomplish our tasks more swiftly.
I shall see the Earthseed safely into the hands of Chinos. While I am thus employed, would you be so good as to deliver Karut back to Tomra? My thanks, Caetsu. Brief though it was an honor to go adventuring with you. I shall see you back in Amity. Huh. That is pretty funny. The only way you could discover something like this is if you got teleported through it somehow. This way, the way this zone just has the same song playing for like 5, 6, 7 quests in a row really reminds me of something that also happens in Endwalker. Lally Ho! Glad you're back and in one piece. How did you fare with the Earthseed then? I got them! I got them all they needed. The Exarch's on his way to Amity with it now. Good to hear that young Karut was of help. As it happens, a few others came forward while you were gone, saying they wanted to do their bit as well. Given that you're building a Talos, we reckoned you'd be needing some mining tools, so we went and modified our spare pickaxes for use by bigger folk. Here, take these with you. Should be plenty to go around. From what our scouts tell me, there's a crowd gathered at top rung already. Go and see that everyone has a pickaxe to swing, eh? Alif says, I'm guessing warrior. Well, it is... What resource do they generate with what attack and how do they spend it? With only AoE attacks. Well, the answer is not warrior, but it would be interesting to see why. I'll go over each of the tank situation when we have figured out the correct one. But the answer is not warrior, that's for certain. They cannot generate their resource with AoE attacks alone, and they can't actually spend their resource with AoE attacks at all by level 40. Look, Caetsu, people from all over have come to help us quarry stone. And this isn't even all of them. As we speak, the volunteers, Thancred and Reen recruited are being escorted to the worksite, and by both Crystarium and Yulmoran soldiers, no less. So as you can see, we have plenty of hands. There's just one problem. We don't have enough tools to put in them. We've been desperately trying to round up more, but we haven't had much luck so far. Pickaxes from dwarves! Trust you to have exactly what we need exactly when we need it. I just want to correct something there, Tracy. If you go into the actions and traits lists of Gunbreaker, they would technically have like a feasible moveset by level 40. However, they don't actually learn a resource spender that does AoE damage until like level 72, I believe. This actually also applies to Paladin. Similarly, Dark Knight starts at level 30. Well, what are you waiting for? Go and hand them out to everyone so they can get to work. But yeah, what action would Paladin use to spend their resource on AoE damage at level 40? Alif says, the Dark Knight Shadow thing. Well, the correct answer is Dark Knight, now that we have exhausted all options. So, at level 40, Warrior has Mithril Tempest, but Mithril Tempest simply applies and extends your damage buff at this point. It doesn't generate any resources until level 74. Steel Cyclone, the AoE spender, is learned at level 45. Paladin learns Prominence at level 40, if I remember correctly, but it does not actually generate any MP before level 66, if I remember correctly. And Paladin doesn't learn an AoE spender of anything attack related until level 72 with Holy Circle. Gunbreaker has their Demon Slaughter at level 40 as well, if I remember correctly, and it does indeed generate something, but you need Fated Circle at level 72 to spend it on AoE. Dark Knight has Flood of Darkness at level 30, which is an AoE spender of MP. And Dark Knight has Stalwart Soul, which is an AoE MP generator at level 40, and it does actually generate MP at level 40. I hope that wasn't too unfair of an example, but it is it's a test in do you know the toolkit of the job. And if you just read the tooltips as they are for each job, if you just go to Warrior and read it, you would read Mithril Tempest and go, well, that says it generates resources, but it doesn't do that until level 74. We've come, Caetsu, in case you're wondering. Good Sean is here too. Couldn't wait to start breaking rocks though, so he's gone on ahead. He could have at least left us a spare set of tools. Durable pickaxes crafted by the Thalls, adapted for use by bigger folk. Ah, wonderful. Now we can be about it too. Quarrying isn't exactly my stock in trade, but this time, I feel as though my wife will be with me, guiding my hand. So let's make it happen. Let's build a world where everyone can live without fear, where everyone has a place they can go home to. Right, then, let's be on our way. What are you still doing here, Thave? I thought you'd brought your own tools. I did, and I was just about to head off when I saw Jarek. Oh gods, if this plan works and the giant tunnels comes to life... Just imagine the size of the trolley it could push. Imagine, it wouldn't be able to push any trolley, Jarek. It wouldn't be able to move. Are you still raving on about that? How many times do I have to tell you that's not what the Talos is for? Where the hells would the tracks even go? There's bound to be somewhere. You just need a little imagination. Seeing as the stoneworks is involved, maybe we could have a trolley added to the design. Enough! We're going to work, and if I hear any more about trolleys from you, I'll have you pushing one yourself. Trolley! When the judgment day comes, the righteous will be lifted onto heaven on a giant trolley. That's a good one, Peter. And Alif says, Dark Knight Shadow thingy is a line. I was limiting myself by thinking AoE is a circle. Yeah, remember that AoE stands for area of effect. So that means anything that hits basically more than one target, with very few exceptions. Like if something hits specifically 2 targets, then it might not count, depending on circumstances. But if it hits an area of any size more than, 1 pixel, then it's an area of effect. But I understand the confusion. We're ready to do our bit, Caetsu. But we just need tools to do it with. as it is foretold.
Pickaxes! Loads of them!
Now we may all work to our heart's content.
Yeah!
While I don't have many talents, I do have a strong back, and what strength I have, I'll gladly use for the sake of peace. We got the ladder moving again, didn't we? If we join hands, there's no tell us we can't build.
I still haven't repaid you and Alphino for saving me, and I'm not sure I ever could. But that ain't going to stop me trying. I'm with you to the end.
Thumbs up.
Come on, you lot. Look lively.
We gave them 5 pickaxes. Weren't they 6? Is the lady just going to watch?
Ron. Long time no see, traveler. Are you waiting to be issued a pickaxe too?
Tracy says, of course. Of course she's just going to watch.
Oh, you clearly weren't, and now neither are we. Rest assured, we will put these to good use and work very, very hard. Of course, one cannot work on an empty stomach, which is why I brought some tasty worms to share.
As much as we would all enjoy a treat, perhaps the worms are best saved for afterwards? Greetings, Caetsu. You may not remember me, but I'm one of the carers from the inn at Journey's Head. After night return to Amarang, we noticed a change in our patients. The transformation had halted in every one of them. I can't express what it did to the mood of the place. We were still celebrating. Days later, when who should come along but Alice? She said that she sought the aid of those who believed in the Warrior of Darkness. We all answered her call right there and then. Of course, some few carers had to remain behind, but as many of us came as could be spared.
I too have great respect for the Warrior of Darkness. When we meet, I'll be sure to treat them to a nice, plump worm.
Oh boy. Alif says, is the glam you're using right now the one Zip gave you? I just finished the second Smol Caetsu VOD, and there Zip gave you your glam set. That is indeed the same one. Exactly the same one. The only difference is that I glammed the Magitech Ironworks Magitech Spear onto it as part of it. But the outfit is the same. Smol Caetsu can't afford huge amounts of cherry pink dye, so... And the raincoat works really well. So yeah, Zip had a huge part in the signature outfit of Smol Caetsu simply by choosing to give her a raincoat.
Why thanks, Caetsu. With that, everyone is now equipped to work. I think I'll go and join the soldiers standing guard over the volunteers. It would be a shame if they fell prey to Sin Eaters after all the trouble we've gone to. Right, let's see that this plan is a resounding success, for the sake of all in Norvrand.
And yeah, it was Alif. That was not planned. He just came of his own of his own volition. Just came because he felt like it. Well, my friend, it appears we are the only ones left here. If you've no other pressing tasks, would you care to accompany me to Amity? There, Y'shtola is overseeing those who will imbue the shadows with magics. Come, let us join them at once. Yeah, that was very sweet of him. And I think I also said that in the moment. If I remember correctly, Zip told me that he basically handed me a copy of the outfit that his character wore as his first glamour outfit, which included like a raincoat and everything. The only difference is that he didn't dye it pink.
Ah, good of you to join us. I'm pleased to say we have gathered ample help for the imbuing. With Master Chai in the process of finalizing his design, I have taken the liberty of dispatching all hands to their positions.
You hurtle along as though I had my house in order, but quite frankly, this is the most disorganized mess of a project I've ever overseen, and I haven't spent nearly as much time as I would like on my calculations.
So thou hadst proclaimed loudly and frequently, Master Chai. Yet from my perspective, a layman's though it may be, haste notwithstanding, thou hast gone to great lengths, abiding by proven methodology, to ensure the integrity of thy design.
Aye, well, that's just the bare minimum that's expected of us at the Stoneworks. Though our glory days are behind us, I've not forgotten our time-honored traditions. But I should mention that the Exarch delivered the ore I asked for. Earthseed, I believe he called it. In that quantity, I believe we can fashion a suitable heart for the Talus. And then everything will be in readiness, or so I would like to say.
Is there a problem?
In a talus of, well, any reasonable size, a single heart will serve to circulate ether throughout the chassis. But given the unprecedented proportions of that which we seek to build, I doubt that will be the case. By installing smaller peripheral hearts at intervals, I believe we can maintain a stable ether flow, thereby solving the problem. However, we don't have enough ore for this purpose. Not for it, but to procure more, I suppose.
Runar, mayhap now is a good time to bring them out.
A moment, friends. There's something I would show you.
I say, are these not hard stones?
They are the most prized possessions of we of the Knights Blessed, and these belong to our kindred who have left us.
Immersed in water imbued with fervent prayer, these stones harbor no small amount of magic, and we may imbue them with yet more prior to their installation on the Talus. What think you?
Being from a different region, these cannot be used for the main heart. The peripheral ones, on the other hand, I believe they will serve. Excellent. When Master Matoya spoke to us of the role we are to play, the hard stones immediately came to mind. Of course, before bringing them with me, I made certain to consult my fellows first. After all, the stones bear the precious lives of those who have gone to the Sunless Sea. But we have now beheld the Sunless Sea with our very own eyes, and by the gentle lights that glimmer on high, we know that there is peace beyond. Thus are we also at peace. If our heartstones may serve to restore knights to all the world, gladly do we give them.
So, Master Chai, if you could instruct us how to distribute the heartstones? And Caetsu, for good luck, may I ask that you imbue one as well?
With what? I'm a dragoon.
I'm a disciple of war. Rest assured, it is not difficult. Simply raise your hand and focus as you would when attuning to an aetherite. Imbue the jade-colored stone here, if you'd be so kind.
Coming right up. Wow, that was easy.
The familiar-looking heartstone appears to glow faintly. That will do. Thank you, Caetsu. If this heartstone appears familiar, it is because it belongs to Todia. It bears the collective hope of the Knights Blessed, The hope that none shall ever again be sacrificed to sin eaters. Right, I've identified the spots on the tellers where the stones are needed. See that they're amply imbued, then install them as I've indicated on this diagram. Understood. We will set about the task at once. When the tellers awakens and the way to Mount Golg is secured, we shall sally forth. It promises to be a trying climb, so take what rest you can in the meantime. We will see you soon. A moment, Urianger. You said that you would have measures ready in the event that our friend fails to contain the light. Do you? Be assured that I do. All which I require lieth in this land. So, what's the plan exactly? To my deepest regret, I cannot reveal the plan to thee. In order for it to succeed, 'tis vital that thou remainest ignorant of its nature until the time is right. Yet, though I may thus keep my counsel, know that I have only thy safety at heart. So rest easy, my friend, and take such ease as thou mayest, the better to be ready for the trials to come. That is a good point. If his countermeasure is a weapon of some sort, then me turning evil or turning to the light is pretty important that I don't know what it is so that I could feasibly counter it. And Kosadi says, if only I had Estinian's jumping abilities. If we had Estinian's jumping abilities, we wouldn't have needed this Talos. I'm told the rock for the chassis is more or less ready, all quarried and shaped and laid out. That just leaves the imbuers to do their works. I'll continue checking my calculations up until the very last moment, but it's only a matter of time now. We managed to rally nigh everyone in Norvrand for this endeavor. That's a remarkable feat in itself, but will it be enough? Oh look, money! Ah! There's no point worrying about such things now. I'll get back to my calculations. You, meanwhile, should go and rest as your friend suggested. My wife and the Exarch should be in the tavern. Why don't you join them? Oh, and Kaetsu? Thank you. Thank you. Hello. The Exarch. He went outside a moment ago, my dear. I would have thought you had seen him. He kept me company for a short while, but then he came over rather pale. He's clearly been straining himself, the poor thing. Anyway, he excused himself, saying that he needed a breath of fresh air. Weak as he looked, I did offer to go with him, but he assured me he would be fine. I do hope he's all right. Oh no. Exarch! Exarch, there are dangerous mobs out here. Oh look, an ether current. Mine. Oh, whoops. Are you serious? Come on. Destination. The Exarch does not appear to be nearby. Well, gee, you don't say. Oh, look, a shoe build. Hey, shoe build.
The exarch does not appear to be anywhere in the vicinity. There's only the shoebill, gazing unflinchingly southward. There's this hypothesis that the shoebill is directly correlated with Emmett Silk in some way. But I don't believe there's any definitive proof about that. Finally, a change of music.
The future is where my destiny awaits. Forgive me, I was lost in a dream. I needed some fresh air and thought to rest for a moment. It would seem I am more fatigued than I realized. Too much time away from the tower, I fear. It drains me, leaves my body frail and weak. Though, in truth, it is debatable whether I can still call this my body. When first I turned my mind towards the salvation of the world, I came to the conclusion that it would take many long years, many more than remain to me. And so I made myself one with the Crystal Tower, that I might live indefinitely. I am but an extension of it now, hence my weakness the farther I travel, and the longer I am away. It has been quite a journey, but thanks to you, the end is in sight. My wish will finally be fulfilled. How goes the construction effort? Then this may be the last moment we have to ourselves for a while. Come, sit with me. Tell me, when all of this is over, what will you do?
I'll settle matters with the Empire. Oh yeah, we had that going.
Ah, yes. Even should we succeed in forestalling the 8th Umbral Calamity, the spectre of war will remain. But to declare your intent with such easy resolve, you truly are a hero's hero, my friend. But whatever it is you decide to do, I have every confidence that you will do well. For you have the strength to forge your own path. You will leave countless lives better than you found them, and the souls you touch will never forget your kindness. Then, in trying times, when you question your worth and your choices, they will raise their voices to remind you of the difference you have made. And thus will your deeds come to affirm your path. Remember this.
What will you do when this is over?
When this is over, indeed. I once told you that there are things we can ill afford to lose. Things, I said, though in truth I spoke of a person. One who is unaware of the full extent of my plans. Though she deserves to know, I have good reason to keep my counsel.
Is it me?
I have come to terms with this in my mind, yet my heart yearns to lay everything bare. For she is my inspiration, and I would give much and more for the chance to speak with her as friends, with no thought of concealment. Should she indulge me with her tales, I would regale her with my own. About my efforts in Northrend, perhaps. Though, ultimately, that tale is more yours than it is mine. Then, I would ask her about her next adventure. And if she should wish me to be a part of it, oh, how happy it would make me. Together we would travel the lands and cross the seas and take to the skies upon the eternal wind. My heart swells simply to imagine it. But all of this is contingent upon our victory in the coming battle. The people of this world have entrusted their hopes to us. We cannot fail them. Nor those who roused me from my slumber. Thank you for your company, my friend. Let us return to Amity.
And back we go. And then it's... I think the next quest is the actual attack on Mount Golg. It's funny that there is this whole section where you just have this like very wildly aggressive song playing while you do a bunch of somewhat mundane stuff. There's an identical part in this particular aspect in Endwalker, and I feel like, now that I think about it, that there's sort of a similar one in Stormblood, isn't there? Worry not, my friend. I am much revived for the fresh air, and your fine company, of course. Now then, let us turn our thoughts back to the task at hand. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source. Your Radiance, I have taken the liberty of quashing the vile rumors that your heir is possessed by a devil. With the nation in the grip of war, we may rely on patriotic zeal to prevent them from resurfacing. And what of Emmett Silk? He has taken himself to the first, so usher that world to its end. Or so I believe. He did not disclose the detail of his mission, having ever preferred to work alone. Even to those who have known him since the beginning, his actions can prove unpredictable. I am no stranger to his ways. He joys in playing me for a fool. Full many times have I been convinced I was acting of my own volition, only to discover all was as he willed it. My dear grandfather. On the subject of our esteemed colleague, his last report, though brief, did contain one item of interest. You have doubtless wondered why the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have not taken the field of late. it is because they are no longer in the source. The hero of the Scions have journeyed to the first, as have her comrades, albeit incompletely. Their bodies yet remain here in the source. This presents an opportunity. If we can defeat the Alliance prior to the Scions' return, we may eliminate their order at a stroke. And with the Scions gone, none shall remain to thwart our plans. It will be but a matter of striking down the hero upon her homecoming. Which, lest you forget, is essential to the realization of our objective, of both of our objectives. Through Hydaelyn's meddling, her champions threaten to wrest the reins of fate from our grasp. The world is at risk of being dragged down the false path. One which will never see man reclaim his true form. It is unthinkable that he should supplant us, incomplete as he is. Such a devolution is abhorrent, and it must be stopped before it is too late. The hour has come, your radiance. Order your armies to march once more. Crush all who stand in your way. This is your heart's desire, is it not? To seize a victory that is yours and yours alone, for the future of Garlemald. Oh dear, you do not... Oh dear, you do not wear the murmur's motley well. I was never one to take an interest in tedious conflicts. The whereabouts of my one true friend, however, they interest me greatly. I but hope the beasts of this first are providing her proper sport. I would know every detail, Lord Xenos, or would you rather I called you Elidibus? Unexpected. Most unexpected. That immortality should be within the reach of one with a borrowed echo. You have outdone yourself, Xenos J. Galvus. I have no particular attachment to that name, but I am rather fond of that body. Without it, I cannot enjoy my hunt to the fullest. Your secrets or my flesh? I care not which you give me first. The choice is yours. And finally, it would dawn on anyone that wasn't certain or didn't follow closely enough that, oh, that was Xenos! That's why! I think that's when it dawned on me the first time around. Right, so while the two of you were away, I received word that everything is in place, meaning that we can proceed with awakening the Talos. Once we imbue the magic, it will stir itself and immediately carry out its designated function, namely, taking Mount Golg in its grasp. Caetsu, we may be certain that Vauthry will not look on in idleness as we beat a path to his front door. Once our plans are set in motion, there will be no turning back. So, see to your preparations as meticulously as you may, and I will give the order to proceed as soon as you are ready. Pedro says, I'm starting to believe that was Xenos. Perhaps, mayhaps. Give the word, and I will relay the order to awaken the Talos. Engage! Point! Very well, let us begin.
Word from the Exarch. All is set on his side, and we may proceed when ready.
You guys being excited for this cutscene makes me excited because I don't remember what is particularly exciting about this one. I don't remember this cutscene. Nice.
Well, we have sufficient stone for our needs.
Likewise, preparations for the imbuing have been made according to thine exacting instructions.
Then you need only say the word.
Let us begin. See that everyone is in position. We shall catch Vauthry, mountain and all.
Here it comes!
That is a big boy.
Yes, yes! You've not lost your touch, you clever old bugger!
Do you see what they're doing? If its hands are damaged, it won't be able to cling to the mountain. Oh, I knew this was a terrible idea.
Vauthry marshals the Eaters to his defense. This was only to be expected. We must try and draw as many of them down to the ground as possible. It may not be enough, but we have no other choice. Is that?
Yes! Awesome.
Such a heartless thing, our sapling is cold and cruel and heartless. Summon us in times of need, we expressly said, yet what should we find but the final battle joined without so much as a whisper of our name? Yes, we may also have said that we Fey folk have no interest in the struggles of men.
True.
But if our adorable sapling had come crying to us for help, we would of course have flown to her aid. Of course we would. What are we to do with her?
Peter says, I wish she dubbed Xenos. That would have been good.
We are so very, very sad. You will play with us. Cheer us up again!
I think they're mad at me.
This I did not expect, but I will gladly accept their help. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others. Join them at the foot of Mount Gulg and be ready to make the ascent.
I do believe that when we've spoken with Y'shtola, it's dungeon time. So, if you would like to join from Mount Gulg and you are in a European data center, you should consider making your way to Alpha Light. And then make sure that you either contact me in-game with a tell, or you let me know what your character name is when you have arrived. Tracy says, not today, sadly. That's alright, you did also say that you were coming in and out. I'm guessing that you're busy with something. That's totally fine. Hey, Y'shtola. Everyone is here. Good. Natalos has taken hold of the mountain. As planned, we will use its body as a bridge to reach Vauthry's sanctuary. Does that come with the gate? The Sin Eaters will make us work for every yalm, of course. But we will carve a path through their ranks, and meet with their master regardless. Last one, there's a rotten egg. However, we are only going in a group of 4, as you know, as is tradition. So some of you will have to stay back. I decree. I doth do decree. But of course, Zip is at the ready. Kasadi says, I think I could also join. Do you want to join? Then we can wait for you. If I remember correctly, Zip specifically made sure that he was off work at this time so that he could help, because he's such a good friend. Oh, Kasadi's already here. In that case, I will be right back, and then we can go. I know Zip had something real quick. Right, I am back. And Kasadi is playing Samurai. Now, we have on the Duty Roulette streams and other stuff, we have quite regularly discussed the fact, surprisingly many times, that Mount Gold has an absurd first few pulls and final few pulls. I wonder if our tank will choose to do them. Or maybe there just won't be a tank. Alif says they really need to get Zip's permission first if they want to do gigapulls. The thing is that Zip would want them to do gigapulls. Tank stats is a DPS loss. Not anymore, thankfully. No! A portrait. When did this happen? I wouldn't do the gigapull without joining with at least a healer that I know if I'm the tank. Because the thing is that the time you save by doing it is significant, but if you wipe once, then then you have lost all of the time. So there's just not really any reason to do it if you're not 1,000,000% certain that you can. Oh yeah, we're 3 Lalafels. This is what we call the kindergarten, isn't it? the school trip, perhaps. When you have 3 Lalafels and a big person. Oh boy. Oh, Stardiver! Woohoo! I just realized we finally can use Stardiver in a dungeon. Oh, there was the invuln. Heard the sound of a Super Bolide. I hope Sid is ready for that. Oh, he had Benediction. Of course he did. Now, I just want to point out that that seemed to be necessary, possibly, and we split up the group in 2 packs. Or maybe it wasn't necessary. The tanks explicitly actually announced that they were going to use invuln. So I suppose that helps a lot. Kasadi says, above all, that tall person is a Viera. True. Not just a tall person, but an extremely tall person. Sorry? Unfortunately, this song that is the boss music in this dungeon, or at least on this boss, is a song that often means that I have to deal with a copyright claim after the fact, and I just can't be bothered. It's not that it isn't possible to remove it, it's just really, really annoying. And I'm sure we can deal with the ominous boss fight with no music. That is a unique take in its own right, is it not? Oh. Also really random that Torn from the Heavens would play in this dungeon. Specifically. Since it hasn't been used for the entirety of Shadowbringers. Music's back on the menu. Sip says you could just put Papaya in the background. Now, if only I had that on speed dial, like just like a keybind to turn on that, that would be pretty funny. Whoops. But that went really well. I didn't see anyone really get hit by mechanics on the boss. The Cyclone Wing, I believe it's called, when it puts the extra circle AoEs on the floor, tends to catch someone.
Come no closer, filthy creatures!
I see I need to fix a keybind because whenever I happen to be moving backwards when I need to use Curse and Torment, which appears to happen quite often, it keeps opening my chat. And it's a default keybind, I believe. And I think I have it turned off on my main. Which is why it is getting to me. Is this boss also torn from the heavens, or is it something else? Wow! The keybind is Alt S to open Say specifically. So there's a key, like a shortcut to switch to specific chats. Like for example, Alt F opens Free Company, Alt P opens Party. Some of them are really helpful if it's something you don't, write in all the time. But the Say chat is maybe a bit much. We can look into how we turn it off together after the dungeon. The Rubik's Cube of Doom. Yeah, exactly. All right. I feel like this boss is dying really, really quickly. The fight is almost over, and it's only done the circle thing once. Here's a little trick, if it manages to go through. This is a safe spot for this mechanic. You'll have to take...
And righteousness will prevail.
You will, however, have to take my word for it, given that the boss died. Nalev says, 2 melee DPS definitely helps. Big DPS. That is true. that is a good point. They have particularly high damage, and because the boss doesn't really impede your attacks at all as a melee, that is not even a factor either. And the tank announced they're going to use invuln again. Are they doing... Oh man. Well, I hope Sip is ready for the fact that some of the mobs do random party-wide AoE. Full blast! This is insane. I have a I'm not feeling super confident about this one. I'm having a hard time hitting many of the mobs, and I just managed to get myself hit. Oh. Well, the mobs are just about done. I will open the treasure coffer then.
Very well. If you will not be discouraged.
That was really nice. I think part of it was the fact that the Gunbreaker announced beforehand that they were going to use their invuln, so that Sip knew to hold back with Benediction and use it afterwards. Like, on one hand, White Mage and Gunbreaker have extreme anti-synergy with Super Bolide and Benediction because they can mess with each other. On the other hand, if you actually plan around it, then Benediction completely removes the downsides of Super Bolide in the first place. Forgiven obscenity. Shows up in a bikini. Exactly, Alif. Well, they will get 2 comms. The third one depends on whether they will wait for me to watch the cutscene or not.
Stop them, damn you! I don't care what it takes!
Because I can't comment them before the cutscene is over. Cannon's Pianissimo is the... Yes. Okay, then I will not use cooldowns. No point. I can use this. Tracy says, is Vauthry a trial? Yes, he is. He's named something else once you get into it, though, so that might be the reason why you're having trouble remembering that. Tracy says, might join for that. You are welcome to do so. Vauthry is a lifestyle. He is. Oh, that's alright, Tracy. No reason to resub just for that. Go level up. Flap. Exactly, Alif. He eats sin eaters, and the meal that he gave out to everything and everyone is basically that. Oh wait, you guys were also rolling for it? And thus concludes our class trip. Gosari and Sip, did you just need on the music because you wanted the money, or were you missing it? Because you can have it if you want. Sip says I don't have it. If you come over to, I'll make sure to trade it to you.
Is near, my friends. We have found Vauthry's hiding place.
I'll trade it to Sip. He had a higher roll. That's why. Gosari says I will go play Phasmophobia with my friend. That's alright. I hope you enjoy.
You stand to gain naught but ceaseless Had you only entrusted fate to me, there would have been peace for all.
I just want to point out that he made this when he got here.
You could have lived bliss in my eternal paradise, free from the burdens of conscience and purpose.
Don't worry, your audio is not messing up. He actually talks like that.
Peace assumes many forms, and I do not doubt that you considered yours well worth the cost. I was even prepared to believe that the end might justify the means. Ignorant as I was, I had hoped that you might mend your ways and join hands with us, that we might strive together for the happiness of all. But no more. Your actions cannot be reconciled with your words. Peace for all, you say? Yet when you were threatened, your first act was to sacrifice your own people in order to save yourself. If your paradise can be rebuilt so long as you alone survive, it exists not for the people. It exists solely for your twisted pleasure.
Hear me, Vauthry. The people won't submit to your will, for we each have our own. I made a promise to a noble soul, a woman who saw fit to entrust me with her legacy, and I mean to keep it. Everyone who stands with us has something precious, something that they cherish and would die to protect.
This is an image.
They know their own hearts. They know what they want for this world. and by lending their strength to our cause, they have spoken. No matter how hard you may try to bend the world to your will, we will never yield!
Silence! Not another word! You presume to lecture me, insolent worms. You will learn your place. With my true powers awakened, I will expunge you like the filth you are. Your demise will serve as a reminder to all that I am the zenith of mankind and Sinita both, chosen to rule over creation by right of transcendence. My very existence is virtuous. I am perfect, immaculate.
He seems disinclined to grant us an audience.
Find Vauthry. We will hold the Eaters here. Come! Let's finish this!
Run! Hey Gelano, how are you doing? The Crown of the Immaculate. I'll just repeat it again to be sure. If you are in a European data center and you would like to join for this trial, the Crown of the Immaculate, then simply up to Alpha Light and let me know your name, either by sending me a tell or writing in the stream chat. I'll give it a moment, that people have a chance if they want to come. If you'd rather just watch, that is also okay. Oh! Weapon upgrade. And pants. We don't have the queue from here. Where's Sip? In Colusia. How about I teleport to Tomra? Oh boy! This song again! Hey! Cherry pink dye! Fix our portrait, because apparently that broke again. I get the impression that it's just you and me, Sip. And if you are on the way and haven't said anything, just make sure to let me know. In that case, we queue for the Crown of the Immaculate. For the bigness himself. Oh yeah! Oh, never mind. Naleef says, I love healing the trials. They become much more involved. What? Why? Weird. Strange.
Are you so determined to die? One last chance, villains! Bow down and acknowledge your king! Your god! Come! Prepare for judgment! This will be a mercy.
Realm Razor. Hey Bokshack, how are you doing? He's he's even merciful. You're doing society a disservice. You're fine. That is good to hear. I am doing well. Oh boy. Suffer, suffer, suffer. Suffer, suffer, suffer. He'll crush you by sitting on you. I am righteousness, and righteousness will prevail. Now, Mr. Religious Man, no swearing. Oh dear, one of our tanks is disconnected. Damn, I'll more than save your Vauthry. He's like a caterpillar turning into a butterfly. Oh, the music is so good in this fight as well. Feel my breath. Throws tank buster. Winged probation. Oh right, those are the beams. Pokeshack mentioning doing Mount Gold lots of times to level jobs to 80. I did that too. I remember the final job to 80 was Dancer for me. And that I did 2 runs at the end with a group that did the Mega Pull specifically. Uh-oh. I just realized my cooldowns are misaligned. Oh. And I messed up the combo. Oh, coming back around. It was pretty funny because I randomly was paired with a 3-man team for Mount Gold that did the Mega Pull. We wiped and then we gave it another go. Like just did the pull as it were. As if we didn't wipe and just try again. And then got it right the second time. And when I then queued for Mount Gold again, I got the exact same group. So it was like, oh yeah, hi guys. And then we just, you know, went and did it correctly this time. Uh-oh. She doesn't require that much effort. I will use this opportunity to realign my cooldowns. Our other tank has disconnected. I think we're going to wipe. Yep, we have no tank. Because they both disconnected. Oh, one of the tanks is back, and they immediately get a raise. Let's hope that it'll be good enough. Ow! Provoke, please. I'm going to die. I am going to die the moment he's back. Oh well. Oh, those are some really, really big circles. I haven't seen those before, I don't think. Again? I could have greeted that a little bit less, but on the other hand, for the sake of science... Yeah, I don't remember that circle AoE either. Oh, everyone's already left. Oh. Oh. Let's just imagine this was our party or something. Just fade out, fade in again. Is that Vauthry? I see. It's finally over then. Now night will return to all of Norrand, bringing salvation to both of our two worlds. Upon speaking with Reen, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside a sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Should you leave the area, you may return here by speaking with the sentry posted at the entrance to Mount Gog. I just want to say that I think the majority of people that leave this area without having this conversation are people that left before talking with Reen. So they wouldn't know that.
is why I was born, as man and sin eater both. I kept the people safe. They respected me, worshipped me. How can this be? I should be the one looking down at you. Help me, damn you! I am your god.
It's hard for Smol Caetsu to look down on anyone. I'm not even looking down on him, I'm just looking at him straight in the eyes. He's too big.
Look, the sky.
Uh-oh.
Fools! Were it not for my decisive action, the whole city would have been overrun, razed to the ground. Yet they dare to complain about casualties? Spare me. I'll wager they were put up to it by those wretches who seek to usurp me. They're stirring up the citizenry. But if they think I will yield to the likes of them, they are gravely mistaken.
To be subjected to such deplorable treatment, such ingratitude. You have my sympathies, sir. You do so much good for this city, and you could do so much more were you not surrounded by fools.
Who are you? You're not supposed to be in here.
My apologies for the intrusion, but I come bearing a proposal, one that will ensure the longevity of your reign. But give me the word, sir, and I will bring hither a light warden. By giving its power to the babe within your lady wife's womb, we shall create a transcendent being, a king to rule over all. And as sire to the king, your authority will never again be in question.
Amazing. Before my Vauthry, they behave as docile pets. With this gift, my line shall be guaranteed power for perpetuity. We shall rule the whole world.
By all means, sir. United under Yulmor's banner, men will cease fighting and abandon their ambitions. Thus, they will grow fat and complacent, and in their sloth, seal your supremacy.
Oops.
Are you all right? Say something.
Fend. She cannot contain the light. She's beginning to turn. Urianger, if you've aught up your sleeve, now is the time.
It's changing back.
The combined power of every Light Warden is too terrible a burden for any one soul to bear. And so I shall relieve you of it.
Exarch, what are you doing?
I will channel this profusion of power to the Crystal Tower and use it to travel to other worlds. As I have dreamed of doing ever since I first learned of their existence. Who would choose to remain here in this dying realm when they might go elsewhere and begin anew? Not I. And thus did I use you.
What?
No, I don't believe you. It doesn't make sense.
Damn you! We won't let you do with her as you please.
Do not interfere! Please, I beseech you all, let him go!
You knew of this, Urianger. 'Tis all a fiction. Such vaguely defined acts of teleportation stand no chance of success. The Exarch will never live to see another world, as he knows only too well.
Then, what does he mean to do?
He means to take the light with him into the rift, where he will die. From the beginning, he intended to sacrifice himself to save our friend and Norvrent.
At journey's end, an opportunistic thief makes off with the hero's prize. A paltry way to end a chapter, I concede. Yet your tale will continue, and my role in it will scarcely be remembered. Worry not. Whatever should become of me, I will be happy and free, safe in the knowledge that I have played my part.
Call him by his name. Ahatia.
Thank you for fighting for this world, for believing. Fare you well, my friend, my inspiration.
Only those who possess the royal eye of the Allagan Imperial line are capable of controlling the Crystal Tower. Such individuals do not exist in the First. Therefore, in all likelihood, the Exarch arrived here with the tower. This much I had surmised, yet I could not discern his grand scheme. To think that he went through all this trouble for the sake of a single hero. It's almost admirable in its absurdity. Alas, it is not your grand scheme that will succeed, but ours.
You bastard!
Stay put. Your friend is still alive, but whether he remains so depends on you. What a disappointment you turned out to be. I placed my faith in you, let myself believe that you could contain the light. But look at you now, halfway to becoming a monster. You are unworthy of my patronage.
It was you who created Vauthry, wasn't it?
I am an Ascian. My heart's sole desire is to usher in the great rejoining. 100 years ago, I entrusted my comrade Logriff with the task of increasing light's sway over this world. This we sought to do by manipulating heroes. When that failed to achieve the desired result, I created Vauthry. But thanks to your meddling, that too has ended in failure.
What was your true purpose in approaching us?
By your 12, boy, have I not told you before that everything I said was the truth? You were specimens by which I might gauge man's potential as it stands. I genuinely had an interest in you, genuinely considered taking you on as allies. Provided she could contain or control the light. If not, then she, and by extension you, would be of no use to me. 'Twas as simple as that.
So, we've been found wanting. How disheartening. But even had we fulfilled your conditions, there was no guarantee that we would cooperate. What then?
Then I simply kill you all. At the very least, it would restore the world to the way it was before you went about trouncing Light Wardens willy-nilly. Suffice it to say, it would be most inconvenient to have all that light taken away, and I would be lying if I were to claim his actions didn't have me worried. You still retain your form and your senses, but you have all but become a sin eater.
A candy eater.
Whether you will it or no, your mere existence will serve to engulf the world in light. Those in your company will likewise turn into sin eaters, and in time you will succumb to your base instincts and hunt innocents to feast on their sweet, sweet ether. Those few with the will left to fight may rise up against you, but before your absolute might, they will quickly know despair. There is no hope. We are finished. Mankind is finished. Ah, the irony. What Vauthry achieved through bliss, you achieved through despair. But I have overstayed my welcome. I shall look forward to seeing you bring the world to its knees, hero.
Exarch!
I have naught to show for all the time and effort I invested in you. He is a small token for my troubles. I did not expect that I could learn aught from man, but I may yet learn something from all the knowledge he had hoarded for his precious hero. I pity you, I do. Your friends are now your foes. If you do not kill them, they will kill you. When it all becomes too much to bear, seek me out at my abode in the dark depths of the Tempest. There, you may complete your descent into madness with some dignity, far from prying eyes. Till then, I bid you farewell. Eat.
Ah.
Ah, finally.
What happened?
After you collapsed, Emmet's self vanished. Then Reen did what she could to stay the raging of the light within your body. Thanks to her, you're still you, but she's only delayed the inevitable. You're not going to like what you see, but you still need to see it. It's like this all over. The whole of Norvrad is shrouded in light again. And it's because of you, and the power you absorb from the Wardens. No one knows but your friends. When they carried you down from the mountain, they told everyone waiting below that they didn't understand why the light had returned. And now they're out there trying to allay the people's fears, while searching for a way to save you. If you're well enough to be up, you're well enough to get some fresh air. Better that than stewing in here. Go on. Go.
And we are 7 levels ahead of the main quest, if I remember correctly. Right? Not that that is particularly important right now. Oh, miss, you're awake. You were injured during the foray on Mount Gold, yes? I was here at my station, as always, when they carried you in on a makeshift stretcher, looking disturbingly bereft of vigor. And to compound my worry, this guy has... Well, I'm sure you've seen it. What? Oh. It has everyone rather concerned, to say the least. Seeing you up and about is the first good news we've had in a while. Assuming you feel strong enough, would you mayhap consider a stroll around the city to reassure our anxious citizens? Braggy was one of those who helped convey you to your chambers, and he has visited several times since to inquire after your condition. It is a painful part, Kasari. It's like all of the work you've put in just falls flat to the floor in an instant because you weren't strong enough.
Well, well, look who's back from the dead. Aye, it was a grim sight. Your companions looked fair ready to drop when they brought you in, so I offered a helping hand. Couldn't bear to see them struggle so. And you, my friend, I feared you had one foot in the grave. Cold and lifeless you were, like a corpse that was somehow still breathing. Then they told me some evil bastard went and snatched our poor exarch away in the midst of the chaos. Wicked White, what is this world coming to? Ah, but moaning never solved a thing, did it? Nay, it's times like these that we Crystarian folk stand tall and do what needs to be done. Trade with Yulmore is back on the table. We'd best make use of those resources to fortify the city against the Eaters, or whatever misery the fates deem we're fit to throw at us next. Speaking of misery, Jizamil was worried sick about you. A healer wringing her hands is not a sight you ever wish to see, let me tell you.
And Sip says, if someone's visiting your chambers multiple times, I think they like you more than friends. Maybe maybe that's how it works for you, Sip.
Oh, sweetie, you're alive. No one's been allowed to see you. Even Spaggeric's chirurgeons were forbidden from making visits. Reen was kind enough to tell me you were showing symptoms similar to eater corruption, so I suppose there was little any of us could have done for you in any case. As for your companions, they've been rushing hither and yon, seeking a cure to your condition. I worry to see their faces grown ever more haggard every time they pass through the Crystarium. I shall let them know you're awake, and when they come to see you, sweetie, please do convince them to rest a bit. They won't be helping anyone if they all collapse of exhaustion. Ah, and our own Morin has been a little better, I'm afraid. He hasn't left the cabinet, too busy with his nose buried in one dusty tome or another.
Morin next. Why did my minion respawn? Anthibert. Confound it. This says the same thing as the last. Mayhap I should approach the problem from a different perspective. Hello. Caetsu, is it truly you and not some figment of my imagination? Oh, but this is wonderful. It would seem our prayers have been answered. Feeling otherwise helpless, I've been scouring our shelves for the wisdom to explain this most worrisome conundrum. Why, with all the Light Wardens defeated, has the light returned to obscure the sky? I must have pored over 100 tomes, but no definitive conclusion seems forthcoming. So many questions I would pose to the Exarch, and thus do I feel his absence all the more keenly. Now that you are awake, however, I'm hopeful the search for a stolen steward might begin in earnest. Catalyst, meanwhile, leads the crystalline mean in preparations for battle. Though against what foe, we are as yet uncertain. Why not pay her a visit? I expect seeing you upright would be a much welcome relief. It's incredible how effective a theme like this is. And then you remember that you probably never really hear it once you've completed the main quest in the area. Because you'd have to actively seek it out to hear it.
Caetsu, you're alive and well, I see. You gave us all a proper fright, you know that. Not a day's gone by that I haven't heard folk worrying what's to become of you or the Exarch.
A day? How long have I been out?
Anyway, I'm glad you've recovered enough to stand. You're not planning on striking out straight away, though, are you? I was hoping to have a better look at your equipment. If we'd been able to provide you with better weapons or sturdier helms, then maybe you would have won the day, and the Exarch would still be here. As such, we're keeping busy consulting each other on new forging techniques and designs and the like. If you could stand still for a moment, I'd like to assess the gear we're trying to improve.
That might be a bad idea.
Aye, well, that's some fine work, I must admit. It wouldn't be impossible to make something better, but we'd need to experiment with different patterns and materials, and I'm not sure we have that kind of time.
That sounds like a challenge that he would enjoy.
Ooh. Greetings, Glinard. The Master of the Stairs is running his own errands now, is he?
Aye, well, my servers are distraught enough as it is, and I didn't want to crack the whip too hard. But never mind that. I'm thinking of our absent genius, and his epiphanies are the perfect answer to this predicament of yours.
And by genius, you mean old Grinold? He is a man of unrivaled gifts, I won't argue with you there. But what good does his talent do us if we can't bloody find him? No one's seen hide nor hair of Grinold since he wandered off some years ago. You know what he's like once he latches onto an idea. He's probably cloistered himself in some forgotten cave, completely absorbed in his latest creation. I wouldn't even know where to start looking.
That does make things difficult. Still, if that eccentric is someone you're destined to meet, I wager he'll show up soon enough. In my time at the bar, many is the tale I've heard told of strangely fated encounters, even if a few of them might be stretching the truth just a bit.
We'll keep our noses to the grindstone for the time being, but on the off chance you do encounter Grinold, you'd be wise to take advantage of his brilliance rather than wait on our slow and steady progress. This is all talk for when you're fully recovered, of course. I'll let you get back to convalescing, eh?
Ah, before you do that, you're actually the reason I came over here in the first place. I don't suggest partaking of my stock until you're properly well, but if you're passing near the stairs, then I have a few regulars I'd like to introduce you to. I'd best be getting back. Just because the world's coming apart at the seams doesn't mean we have to follow suit now, does it?
Hear, hear. We can't forget the heart upon which this city was founded, or the Exarch might not have much of a home to return to.
I'm guessing that is like a light reminder that you do know there's this role quest thing. Because the thing is that there's like a few quests and then we're actually required to do it.
Caetsu, are you alright? I think a return to your sickbed might be in order. Or you might consider resting a while atop the watchtower next to the rookery. This damnable sky doesn't make for the most soothing scenery, but the Exarch often liked to stand there and feel the wind upon his face.
Take a moment to feel the wind upon your face. Quest accepted. But yeah, that does mean that we're going to run into the situation that we have to choose between just continuing the main quest until it tells us that we have to do the role quest, or actively seek out the role quest. And by tradition on these streams, we will not do a quest that is mandatory to the main quest until it says so. Which is how we discovered how long you could wait with the Crystal Tower before the game actually said, no, you have to do it now. But yeah. If we had done the role quests on a separate outing, then we might have been able to reach the end of the Shadowbringers story tonight, but that would still be a stretch based on what time it is. Which is possibly for the best.
The people of this city have spirit, I'll give them that. They've not lost the will to fight. I can imagine how torn you must feel, looking at that sky. Knowing what it means to everyone. And that you're responsible.
I still can't believe it's coming from me.
Neither can I, to be honest. But you heard what the Ascian said. The light you shine will warp the world around you, whether you like it or not. Even your Stoller and Reen had to concede that point. You're in a corner, and there doesn't seem to be any obvious way out. But that doesn't mean it's over. However hopeless it seems, you haven't lost yet. I remember looking up at the sky like this before. Being caught up in a strange kind of calm. It was after we realized we were responsible for the flood. When we resolved to journey to the source by taking our own lives. One last sacrifice. One last fight. One last failure. And then the Oracle appeared and, well, you know the rest. There were times in the years and decades that followed when I wondered if we might not have been better off just letting the rejoining happen. That we'd made one last mistake. But seeing that giant Talos stir to life cured me of any doubts I still had. Always we took the burden of fighting upon ourselves. That's what heroes do, isn't it? So we never had the chance to see anything like that. Our people coming together as one. think that their hope still burned so bright? That they were still so eager to live, they would lift up their fellows, one on top of the other, till they reached the sky? No. We made the right decision. And I can finally feel proud of the part we played in helping this world survive. Well, come on then. As I thought. What happened between us was no coincidence. My story may be finished, but the fates have gifted me a minor role in yours. I suspected as much the moment I realized you could hear me. But it's hard not to doubt yourself when you're the man who caused the flood. I was afraid to do anything more than watch for fear of making things even worse. But no longer. After all, the path I once walked is now yours to finish. For what it's worth, I cast my lot with yours. If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you. If you lose control, I'll do my best to stop you. So, let us be about it, hero.
Oh, I was worried you were up here all alone, brooding and fretting and wallowing in your woes. But look at you, grinning at nothing like a pollen-drunk pixie. Look at what you've done to your ether. It's a mess. And you have cracks running all through that pretty soul of yours. My poor little sapling. Whatever am I to do with you? Shall I yield up my throne? You could claim it, cut ties with the mortal world, hide away in the castle.
That's probably a terrible idea right about now.
It won't fix the problem, but would it really matter? If any pesky heroes come calling with steel and magic, all of Il Meg will rise up in your defense. My crown and scepter are yours, if you want them. What? Don't give me that look! Of course I knew before I asked that you'd never ever heed such a wicked suggestion. And besides, what would become of my precious and ephemeral flower? My dear beloved sapling, you are lost, confused, and have precious little time to gather your wits. Your kind is always so preoccupied with what lies ahead, and so we muddle your vision with fog and glamour. But such trickery is easy to see through. Stand very, very still. Think not of where you need to go, but where you are right now at this moment, at this time, in this place. Our cairn of crystal. From shadowed hood he watched you go, his ruby eyes with warmth aglow. See yourself as he saw you, and that shall be the clearest clue. You stand in his garden, dear sapling. Ask his flowers what they know, and you will surely find an answer. But what will you do with it, I wonder? I'll be watching and waiting. Waiting and watching.
Alright, I will be right back, and then we continue. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue. Ow. Zim Jin Mai. Oh, I did not expect to see you on your feet so soon. Surely you have not come in search of an Amado. What do I know of the Crystal Exarch? I'm happy to share, but I fear there will be no surprising revelations. As any in this city could tell you, he's a man of wisdom and compassion, and many untold secrets. But none can doubt his generosity. When the Crystarium was being constructed, he even allowed folk to plunder the tower for resources. He has imposed no restrictions upon us but one. No one, except the Exarch, is permitted to dwell within the spire. Many seasons passed. A comrade of mine was bold enough to ask the reason why. The Exarch merely smiled and said, "Because one day the Crystal Tower may vanish as suddenly as it arrived. Cassard.
Caetsu, it is good to see you awake and alert, my friend. What's this about? You're not writing the Exarch's memoirs, are you? I'm not sure how much I can tell you, considering we avoid asking too many questions. Unspoken rule and all that. If anyone has fresh insights to share, then it'd be Captain Lena, I'd say. She lost her parents to an eater attack not long after she was born, and the Exarch saw to her upbringing. Outward appearances aside, those two are like grandfather and granddaughter. I imagine the news of his predicament hit her doubly hard. Not that our proud captain would ever let it show. If you do decide to talk to Lena, she'll be at her usual post at the Ascensor Gate.
Then Morin again, or what? I guess the answer is yes. Morin again. Oh, was there something else you needed? If you've come for the results of my research into this persistent light, I'm afraid there's little to tell you as of yet. Records pertaining to the Exarch? Well, I need no documentation to relay what little I know of his history, if that is what interests you. Less than a decade had passed since the coming of the Flood when the Crystal Tower first flashed into existence. Its summoner, the Exarch himself, became known to the refugees in Lakeland soon thereafter. He welcomed all who sought out the spire, be they locals who had lost their homes or Werbetides fleeing their ruined kingdom, and together did they found the city with which would become the Crystarium. Some thought to call him king, but some thought to call him king, for he refused to share his name. But the summoner did not deem himself worthy of royal address. Thus did the people consider his scintillating skin so like to the tower he had summoned, and bestowed upon him the title of Crystal Exarch. As for his true name, well, it would seem that is a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Minfilia FFXIV. Thank you for the summary. I thought I fixed the portrait just before we went in, but I guess not. Strange. Caetsu, I was not told you had awoken. A welcome surprise. Now, if only the Exarch was returned to us. He was taken by his rival, by this rival of yours, was he not? Your companions mentioned they had an idea of where to find him, and so I bristled when they asked for patience. I did not understand their hesitation until I saw that you had fallen. Only then did I realize that I had no business rushing ahead. Even so, the delay has been no less agonizing. In the moments before he left to join you in Calusia, the Exarch entrusted me with a key. It opens a door in the ocula to a chamber known as the Umbilicus. This room is the heart of the tower, into which only the Exarch himself is permitted to enter. He bid me allow none into the tower once he had departed. Only in the event that an army of eaters descended upon the city was I to access the umbilicus and awaken the defensive barrier. Never before had he left me with such instructions, but the battle with Vauthry loomed near, and at the time I accepted the key without much thought. Since then, however, that moment is all that occupies my mind. When I recall the look upon his face, he knew that some terrible fate awaited him. Tell me, Caetsu, I need to know what he feared, what battle you and your companions are truly fighting. Nope. Forgive me, I trust in the Exarch, and I should not be voicing these thoughts when he is not here to respond to them personally. But you have come to me with a question of your own, have you not? Ah, I see I'm not the only one who burns for answers. The time has come to open the tower's heart. Though we do not face an invasion of eaters, I suspect the city will be in far more danger if you do not gain the knowledge you seek. What do you mean, Alif? Keep track of all of those? I believe it's a bot, but I'm not sure how it works. Come, meet me in the ocular, and I will unlock the door within. Didn't you just hand me the key, though? It is funny, because it's usually a different name every time it appears. I don't really mind it. Like, it's presumably hopping through a bunch of different streams and doing that. And it basically just name drops a bunch of streamers that do Final Fantasy XIV content. So that we know. So perhaps my name appears in other people's stream chats that way. And so I don't mind that it comes in and name drops a few people here as well. For the most part, many of them are names people know, so it doesn't really change anything. Mistress Caetsu, the captain said to expect you.
I have unlocked the door to the umbilicus. You are free to enter. Once you have what you require, I'll see it sealed once more. Until then, I will remain without.
A moment to collect my thoughts, I prithee. Thy true name is Grahatia, then? By thy claims, thou too art a native of the Source, though from an age beyond our own, when the 8th umbral calamity hath visited devastation upon our star. Thou hast, by subtle means, reached across the boundaries of time and space to unsow the seeds of catastrophe, ere its creeping vines drag our champion unto an early grave.
In essence, yes. A difficult story to swallow, I am sure.
I doubt not the veracity of thy words, not the account of thy coming, nor that of the fated calamity. Yet my mind straineth still to apprehend the enormity of this tale. Wouldst thou favor me with a gradual unfolding of its chapters?
Certainly. But where to begin? I should start with those great minds who survived the calamity, Cid Garland being perhaps the greatest. In hopes of staying the unending tides of war, he and his fellows pursued all manner of possible solutions. One of these was rooted in a theory which unified several fundamental principles discovered over the course of the Warrior of Light's adventures. It proposed a method by which one could enter the River of Time, traverse the rift, and leap between worlds. Perfecting that idea, however, was a work which consumed their lifetimes, and thus was it left to future generations to decide whether theory would be put into practice. But all the while, the world continued to burn. Hope was a feeble outpost, beset on all sides by thievery and misery and murder. People cried out in despair, "There is no hope, we are finished. Mankind is finished."
That's exactly what Emmett Silk said just a little bit ago.
Then others raised their voices in answer. Though we be beyond salvation, those who came before may yet be saved. We will forge a crossroads and pave the way for a different future. By the wisdom of our forebears, we will prevent this calamity from ever having come to pass. The fighting went on unabated, but some few took up Cid's research and labored to realize those impossible ideas. After 2 centuries of labor, their descendants finally succeeded in awakening the Crystal Tower, an integral part of the process, and, in doing so, roused its caretaker, me. By this stage, scholars had largely established the phenomena underpinning the rejoining, and identified the first as the shard which precipitated the 8th umbral calamity. This grand structure was already capable of storing the energies required to attempt the translocation. All that remained was to augment some few of its functions based upon the theoretical models of Cid and his compeers.
And by means of such technologies didst thou effect thine arrival in the first, to an age before this star had joined with the source.
Some while before, as it turned out. 'Tis all but impossible to predict how time will flow between one world and the next, and we missed our mark by almost an entire century. But this only worked in our favor. The Sin Eaters could not be defeated without the blessing of light, and summoning the only woman who might stand a chance against them would require decades of preparation.
An undertaking of scarce credible endurance. That thou hast kept thy plan from falling into disarray these many years bordereth on the miraculous. Yet howsoever history be rewritten, thy present self was shaped by events which followed the calamity. Should said catastrophe be averted, the very skein of thine existence will unravel. Surely thou hast foreseen this.
I am aware of the consequences. 'Tis for that very reason Cid and his colleagues bequeathed their legacy as an offering, and not an edict. To give all of oneself for the happiness of others and with no promise of reward. 'Tis a hard thing to ask. Harder still for those condemned to survive in a world which pitted brother against brother. Indeed, you are right to call the execution of this plan miraculous, though the force which held it together was nothing so inexplicable. It was her. The warrior of light has been our unbroken thread. Where others would stumble and fall, she would rise above. Where others would break and run, she would carry on. The warrior of light's tale is one of unyielding bravery. To tell it was to feel courage. To hear it was to feel hope. It was a breath of inspiration in an age of suffocating shadow. In the histories of a fallen nation was our hero hailed as its greatest ally. In the time-worn pages of a noble's memoirs were her deeds joyously retold. For many, these stories were the flame which warmed them through the coldest of nights. And so it should come as little surprise that the plan found no shortage of volunteers, concerning as it did the Warrior of Light herself. It was their chance to add their own verse to the hero's saga. She was the lodestar that brought them all together, to send their final message back through time and space to her. The light of your legacy was our torch in the darkness. Burn bright again and live. I am merely the bearer of that wish, come to ensure it is safely delivered.
Wherefore sharest thou this burden with me and no other? What wouldst thou have me say?
That you will be my accomplice? 'Twas you yourself who convinced me of your suitability when you spoke of how you learned of the Flood and of your part in arranging Minfilia's journey to the First. Your actions showed uncommon resolve. 'Twas clear you were committed to the cause of saving this world. I knew I could trust you to choose the right path forward, even if that choice came with a heavy price.
What price?
When all is said and done, and the last of the Light Wardens lies slain, I will absorb their corrupted ether, and then I will die. Knowing what I know of your companions, not to mention your champion, they will try to stop me. But in saving one, they would save none. Therefore, I implore you to aid me in concealing my identity, and ensuring this tale ends as it must. To this end, I would have you take what I have told you of the Calamity, and make of it a portent. A prophetic vision you beheld in the swirling chaos of the Rift.
Is this truly thy wish?
History remembered the Warrior of Light, as I knew it would. And I will suffer no other to rescue the champion whose star has charted my course. I will see this tale to a happy end, my friend. There has been enough tragedy.
careful now. If you lose control again, the light could claim you for good. Although it's probably only a matter of time before you succumb to the change in any case. What do you mean to do?
I mean to have a few words with both Emmett and the Exarch.
We should be on our way. Diassian mentioned the Tempest, did he not? That's the stormy seas around Calusia to you. His lair must be down there somewhere, hidden beneath the waves.
Alif says, now after I got the explanation from Caetsu on Discord, I understand the conversation here, and I'm glad. That's great. I didn't remember that it was so literally like put in a single cutscene what the entire story was, but I suppose it worked because I didn't even remember why I knew it. I just knew. Did you find the answers you sought? If there's nothing more you need, I will go and lock the door. I have questions about the Tempest. The Tempest? That is the name given to the seas by which Calusia is bound. If you make a request to the Tamers, they will provide you with an Amaro to fly you over the waters, but... Do you mean to leave right this moment? Alone? I'm not sure that... Nay, I will not seek to stop you. Go with the blessings of the Shadow, and I shall await your safe return. Yeah, now that I see what the time is, I'm absolutely certain that we would not even be able to reach the credits had we done the role quests on time. That's probably not so bad. You require an Amaro. Just a moment, and I shall saddle our swiftest beast to fly you to the island. The open water? To the depths of the Tempest? Our Amaro can swim, yes, but to reach the ocean floor...
Ah, we have found thee. Word reached us of thy recovery, and thus did we gather with all haste. Ah. By thy looks, I gather thou hast gleaned that which I came to tell thee.
Urianger has shared everything with us. The Exarch's true identity and purpose.
I offer no excuses. When I agreed to aid the Exarch with his plans, 'twas in full acceptance of the condemnation I would face when my duplicity was laid bare. Yet it is not rancor, but resolve that I sense in thee. Thou art fully intent upon walking thy path to its end, art thou not? If thou canst forgive my deception, or, failing that, set aside thy displeasure for a time, I do beg leave to follow thee. What strength and wisdom I possess are thine to command.
Mimed and Nod, welcome to the stream. Says listening to your stream while doing Shadowbringers hunt trains. Nice. I hope you enjoy. No more lies.
Pray believe me when I say that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee. Indeed, I curse the circumstances which compelled me to do so. But no further secrets lie between us, I swear it.
I'm sorry, but I don't think this is a good idea. Leaving the Crystarium, I mean, with or without Urianger. What I did for you won't last forever. There's no telling when the light will break free again. Please, you must stay here. At least for a little while longer. We will find a way to cure this, I promise you.
How can you make promises? We don't even know where to start.
Alize, please. You know Reen was only trying to help.
Of course I know! I know only too well! But making promises you have no way of keeping is not a kindness. It's a lie. Plain and simple. We've all searched high and low for an answer, and every one of us came back empty-handed. I am not about to stand in her way now. Not after failing her in her hour of need. No, the least we can do is...
We will go with you as well. There is naught to be gained by standing still.
Indeed, we have exhausted every other avenue. Lead, and we shall follow. If there is any hope to be found, then we will surely find it at your side.
Are we all in agreement then?
Is there aught we can do to help?
Though we may not know the whole story, we do know you're in for a fight. And while the Exarch's away, it falls to the rest of us to see the Warrior of Darkness is given a proper send-off.
You told them?
No. Well, not in so many words.
Aye, we didn't need it spelled out for us. When the night sky appeared over whichever place you went to, it was harder not to put two and two together.
From the moment I heard that you and the Exarch shared the homeland, I had my suspicions. Long had he been waiting for a certain someone to arrive, and I knew at once that it must be you.
Exactly. When he went out to meet you, it was clear it was no ordinary visitor. That spring in his step spoke volumes. I could feel his excitement.
Me too! That's right!
Here, here!
We do not fully understand where you or the Exarch hail from, or why you've all done so much to protect us. But we are deeply grateful nonetheless. So, if there is anything at all we might do to aid your journey, you need only name it. What would you have of us?
You might have invited them to join us, where they're not so many. But come, they are waiting. What is your will, O Warrior of Darkness?
I want candy. Leave it to us. We'll see the Exarch home safe and sound. Thou didst plan to commandeer an Amaro for thy journey to the open sea. I fear the following dive down onto Emet-Selk's underwater abode would drain even thy legendary stamina. Thus, during thy convalescence, we consider the most efficacious method for reaching the depths of the Tempest, and I believe we have arrived at an elegant solution. Yet ere we discuss this step, I suggest thou dost conclude such pressing business as remains to thee in the Crystarium. Once the sea closeth above our heads, we are unlikely to surface again until our grand deed is done. It's like the second time they're like, you know that role quest line you've kept hanging? Thine affairs are in order, then I shall unfold to thee my proposal. Our destination is the ocean floor, yet our goal is not simply to arrive there. Nay, we must needs have the means to breathe and fight freely. Thus would I petition the aid of one of the Fae, a being with whom I have yet to meet face to face. Rather than waste words on explanation, I bid thee follow me unto the hamlet of Solon, which lieth to the south and west. All will become abundantly clear, I promise thee. To Solon. Which is a significantly longer trip on foot. Because there is no straight line there. A long ride. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is we're going to reach the ocean floor, we're going to find the blockade that requires the role quest, and then we will start on that story so that we're closer to the credits next time, because we're not going to reach the credits. I happen to know that including the role quest line, we have like 14 quests left. So I think it's probably better to be able to finish next time and not feel like we're rushing it. Yeah, exactly, Pokejack. It takes a long time, that last bit. And then, of course, we have to watch the credits, as is tradition, and that probably takes like 45 minutes at the very least. 30 minutes to 45 minutes, if not slightly more. There, to the west, canst thou discern the hump of an isle rising above the water? That foliage-covered mass hideth the key to our safe descent. Swim close and plunge thee beneath the surface. Thou shalt soon divine the reason for mine insistence. Though it be much to my shame, I can but flail and flounder where thou mayst glide as a fish. I shall board a boat to the island, and spare one and all the spectacle of mine inept strokes. Aww. Yeah. The first credits are for some reason, I think it was, is it an hour and a half? It felt like it was like 2 hours actually. It was absurdly long, the A Realm Reborn credits. But yeah, I believe the last, the two most recent times with credits, I managed to hold some sort of speech, almost monologue, for nearly the entire credits, which I feel is almost an achievement in its own right. Two curved slabs of rock seem squeezed together here, giving the impression of giant stone islets. Though it appears solid enough, the rock yields slightly under your touch. Was the surface gently shifting, or was it just your imagination? Yeah, that does also mean something else. You might remember, if you were paying attention to Discord around when the Shadowbringers journey was about to start, I asked if there were any bets, just betting pride alone, really, on how many episodes it would take. Moonlit Infinite bet 2 episodes. Of course, they hadn't actually done Shadowbringers themselves, so that was probably a bet in jest. I myself bet 5 episodes, but this is episode 5, so that is not going to happen. And then Pito, which you all may know from the stream chat, bet 8 episodes. If we finish in the next episode, that is of course also not correct, but that is at least the answer that would have allotted us enough time to finish. Oh yeah, that's true. There was a K straight up in the credits, right? Well, what hast thou discerned? I have discerned that it's an ordinary island. It reminds me of a certain primal. It's just like the big one. Yes, yes. It's just like the big one. Yes, yes. Like a giant Namatsu. It reminds me of a certain primal. Most perceptive. the big candy. Yes, yes. Exactly. It reminds me of the big candy. Yes, yes. Most perceptive. According to the law of the pixies, we are, even now, perched upon the back of an ancient fey entity. Its name is Bismarck. Aye, the self-same title by which we know the great feathered whale revered by the Vanuatu of the source. I would enlist its aid to bear us onto the deep, and then banish the water with an airy sphere, alike in form to the domes which do shelter the hamlets neath the ruby sea. Within its compass, we may move unencumbered and defend ourselves when the hour of battle cometh, as it most surely shall. Now, I must needs ask for silence whilst I make my supplication. It's a very big Bismarck.
Wir Sach, Bilan Bismail.
Little neighbor.
Fallen si lor wislan. Ada si alinal.
Oh dear. I don't need to speak Fey to know that didn't go well.
I know what to do. I have an idea. We need Feul.
Oh, my snake yak! You've learned to call me at last! And where do you go? On a trip? A journey? I knew you wouldn't give up without a fight. Oh, my precious mortal, I shall help you in any way I can. Ges bismel win picked. Van dromi drom jakom. Van reed rithje.
Ahai, Ola, Sahawin Wilsk. Isne Rim, Sor Vierlo.
Be sure to scrub this one's teeth for him upon your return. He's only good manners.
It will be done, Your Majesty. Our deepest thanks for your timely intervention.
An agreement is reached and your departure is at hand. You wingless ones best hold on tight. May the blessings of the Fae keep you safe, Inba.
Lo fallo ruis. Vanin nar sitar. Dir sitagnai.
And just like that, it's all gone back to the way it was.
What was you expecting? 100 years of honey and rainbows?
That sounds pretty good.
Seeing them Yulmore types wake up and smell the ashes was miracle enough for me.
Ah, but the magic in the air when that ladder started moving. And when that great hulking Talos rose up. Gods. I could live 1,000 years and never behold anything so amazing.
What the? Do you see that?
What a monster! Where did it even come from?
You should run.
Whoa there! It's not stopping. Run! Run!
Vanana Anna. Tilden Sidok. Iri Halmsi. Funne. Aktma von Jasni. Tagnai.
breath of Bismarck. See how it swells to form a dome beneath the waves? The waters recede, the tempest's floor is laid bare. In defiance of the blinding sky, this place holds fast to its gloom. The last refuge of he who denies the light with every fiber of his being. You stand at the precipice, hero. Journey unto the heart of darkness. Finish it.
Pokeshack says, "We are on the back of Bismarck? Where's the weak point? I want that birdie mount." And also, watching the stream number 7 is the end of A Realm Reborn. I think you reached Shadowbringers in 5 months. I haven't kept track of how long this journey's been beyond the episodes. There's been, as far as I know, an episode every single week, and if there's not been one, then it has resulted in an extra episode somewhere. I'm pretty sure that there's been one episode for every week since this journey started. Even in Christmas times. I believe we had that one on a Friday or a Thursday or something like that. So this would also be a way to say, if you played around 6 or 7 hours a week, how long would it take you to complete the main quest alone? Just the main quest. And yeah, Alif, I think it's really annoying that they force it to be the case that the player character always forgets about Feul. If I could, I would call upon her way more often. I'm not even joking. I would absolutely do that. And I would call upon her just to hang out. I'm sure she would like it. Why have you called upon me? Feul, like, what kind of food do you like to eat? Which day of the week is your favorite? Yeah, it is cool we have a pact with Titania specifically. And Pokeshack says, I want a pink rainbow. I also want a pink rainbow. And also says, I remember this part like it was yesterday, but it was 4 months ago. Oh, I do remember in the early days of Smol Caetsu Adventure, Pokeshack mentioned that he was waiting for... he couldn't get Endwalker, but that a friend promised to get it for them as a present. And then eventually it happened. And Alif says, me too, I would love to have her company. Exactly. I would bring her everywhere. Full glad am I that Bismarck was true to his word. We are arrived in the Tempest, safe and dry. It is here that we shall find the lair of Emmet Silk, and, I believe, the imprisoned Exarch as well. On Asien alone, it is of course a trifling matter to flee onto the rift, yet I suspect such travel is nigh impossible with a mortal in one's custody. Nay, he would not soon risk his prize when the Exarch's very body serveth as the key to the Crystal Tower, and its power of temporal transportation. Thus am I all but certain that this utter underwater realm harboureth our friend and enemy both. We have but to find them. In the event that you leave the area, speak with Inivil at Venmont Yards in Colusia to return to the Tempest. Now, as for where we should be looking, I rather doubt Emmet Silk will be sitting around out in the open. I propose we follow the slope down towards the deeper trenches and keep an eye out for rock formations large enough to house a stronghold. Let's be off then, but watch your footing. The ground is still wet and like to be slippery. That is an incredible friend, Pokejack, and if it was the crafted version, that must have been incredibly expensive. Oh, ether current. Yoink. And it says, I still couldn't think of anything for the guessing game. Well, the important part is that I put the question for the chat, because if you don't have anything you want to ask about, or anything you want to talk about, but you would like to talk about something, then that is at least some sort of, I don't know, conversation starter, in a way. Something to think about. If, for instance, not much is happening in the stream itself, then there's that. For me, it's also very difficult to come up with that question. I thought it was interesting to come out to have a guessing game, and I think we had fun with it already. But if you come up with a question for the guessing game, there's still time. Under use. Grr. Run! An etherite. Mine. Grab the etherite. Why do they have an etherite?
The finless ones, they followed me. Why have you come? Was it you who took away our water?
Sort of. Ah, so this is where the Undo make their home. I had wondered. Pray forgive us any inconvenience we have caused. We were not aware your people lived here in the Tempest. We need this great dome of air that we might conduct a most urgent search, and thus beg you for your understanding.
Chieftain, what are we to do?
And he looks at me. I look at him.
Are you emissaries of the Ancient Ones?
What?
The mysteries have stirred. We have seen the illuminated land shining through the gloom of the abyss. If you are the emissaries, the chosen, I bid you welcome. If you are not, I bid you leave.
I am not sure I understand. Would you be willing to elaborate? It would seem not. I suggest we withdraw for the moment. So, what's the plan? Given your condition, I'm reluctant to suggest lingering here. That said, our presently meandering search would proceed far more swiftly if we could call upon the Under's local knowledge. Yes, I'd like to know more about this illuminated land the chieftain spoke of. Could it be Emmett Silk's stronghold, do you suppose? Perhaps he lit the lanterns upon his return? We cannot dismiss the possibility, but if these Under refuse to speak with us... Caetsu, do you remember my first scheme for entering Yulmore? How I had planned to ingratiate myself by offering lucrative trading opportunities with the Under? The individual I dealt with was reticent in manner and curious in custom, but we were able to reach an agreement nonetheless. I believe that with the right approach, we can build a similar relationship here. What kind of approach did you have in mind? That chieftain fellow didn't leave us many options. If we are to tread the swiftest course, then we must needs locate its beginning. 'Tis plain our all too dramatic arrival hath thrown the settlement into confusion. Were we to solve such problems as we have caused, and assure our hosts thereby that our purpose here is not inimical to them, they may yet prove amenable to reason. I smell chores, but very well, if it can be done quickly. What do you think? I've nothing better to offer, but I do worry what will happen if the Unto's tales end up leading us to a dead end. I cannot say for certain, but I sense this tribe has a deeper connection to the Ascians than first meets the eye. It warrants further investigation, thus I cast my vote in favor of aiding the settlement for the time being. We will make allies of the Undo! Then it is settled. Y'shtola, pray proceed with your investigations. The rest of us will see about fostering some goodwill. And Pokeshak says, in the end, you never changed the job of Pink Toothpick for the Pink Reaper. Nalif asks if we will see Smol Reaper Kai. And then Pokeshak says, in one of the first streams, I said, why not change job to Reaper if he reaches level 70? Because it is a toothpick of some kind. So, I do believe that we have talked about this previously, and my ultimate conclusion was that if we're going to reach level 90, and I believe we talked about this on Discord as well, the question is, should we continue the main quest as Dragoon and let all that experience go to waste? Or should we switch to a different job, Reaper, for example, and continue the main quest as Reaper? Technically, we could also continue the main quest as Black Mage. The thing is that the path to level 80 at this point is a lot longer for Black Mage. If we picked up Reaper, we might be able to catch up in time before we reach Endwalker. And then we just would need to keep Reaper up to date with the main quest alongside Dragoon. And that would be manageable, I think. But I'm not sure what we should do about it. We still have at least one more stream before we reach Shadowbringers post-game anyway. But it is true we have talked about it. Caetsu, you won't believe who I've just bumped into. This is Pao Zhuan, the very fellow I did business with prior to our ill-fated stay in Ylva. I waited, and you did not come. Then the Mistle came, but his visits did not continue. I am truly sorry, Pao Zhuan. Things did not proceed as planned. Is there aught we can do for you by way of an apology? Perhaps. Where the Dry Return, a cabin to the north, is home to giant crabs. We do not fear the crab, but we are the swifter swimmers. But now there is no water. We run, and they scuttle close behind, snipping and snapping with their claws. There are too many of them. Too many. I believe I can be of assistance there. And what of you, Caetsu? If you've not found a task, you're most welcome to join me. Indeed, I should appreciate the company, where the Dry Return has a rather ominous ring to it. You win this time, Mr. Pink. Thank you. Part of the argument for why we stuck strictly to Dragoon all this time is also because you lost your previous account to Discord. Huh. Strange. That is very, very strange. Well, There it is. But yeah, part of the reason why we stuck strictly to Dragoon was that as we picked Dragoon, I can't remember if it was something that had been discovered before we started as Dragoon, or if it was something that happened during the time we were Dragoon, but the reveal that Dragoon was getting a rework next expansion happened, and thus there was suddenly an extra reason for why we would stick strictly to Dragoon, because who knows, this might be the last chance I will have to level Dragoon from the very beginning. And so we will. Well, level Dragoon as it exists now, from the very beginning at least. Heaven's Thrust. Finally we have it. But once we reach level 90, there isn't necessarily any particular reason why we would have to play Dragoon, aside from the fact that maybe we would like to do dungeons as Dragoon. And the thing is that if you specifically don't do the dungeons as the job you're doing the main quest with in Endwalker, you're basically guaranteed to fall behind on experience. So it wouldn't work if we just did the quests as Reaper and then did all the dungeons as Dragoon. Reaper would fall behind, and then we would have to level Reaper separately. So we're kind of in an awkward position, because our option now is to like really power level a job so that it is so far ahead that we could part out the experience of the main quest between two jobs and still be able to do all of the dungeons with Dragoon and just Dragoon. Or, and that is also what I said on Discord, this character is an alt that I made for the express purpose of re-experiencing things in the game with you guys on stream. Whether experience goes to waste matters not to me. That in fact would also lead to having more content to do. We would be able to experience leveling Reaper more concisely, which we would not experience if we did it like this. With us and the memes, exactly. You could crack their shells? You must be stronger than you look. I see you've reached your quota first again. I shall never be your equal in such tasks. Still, I would say we have reduced the local crab population to a far less threatening number. My thanks to both of you. You must have a reward. Nay, Power Showan, this was to be a part of my apology to you, remember? Besides which, the lack of water is our doing, for which we must also make amends. Might I convince you to tell us something about your village instead? I would very much like to learn more of you and your people.
Very well. Before the flood came, it is said that our ancestral home was found in the seas to the south. It was utterly destroyed by the light. Only those who were out hunting survived. They swam aimless and lost until they spied buildings here on the ocean floor. Strange buildings they were, and long had they stood under the water, yet somehow they had been spared the scars of time and current. These structures provided shelter for my people, protection from the tempest's turbulent waters, and the predators which hunted within them. Their very existence seemed a miracle. The first settlers pondered their good fortune. It was clear that the race who had built such wonders had guided their course. And from this did they discern the truth. That the ancients had chosen us to serve as caretakers of their eternal sanctuary until such time as they returned. Thus, if it is judged that you are coming, and this great vanishing of water was by the ancients' design, you will find warm welcome here. A truly astonishing history, yet I cannot help but wonder, how will the significance, or otherwise, of our arrival be decided? The ancients have blessed us with protection and prosperity. If your presence serves to bring us the same, there will be no doubt in the matter. Then it would seem our earlier decision was the correct one. We thank you for the lesson, Power Showan, and will continue to do all we can to assist your people. Should you desire our help with any other trouble, pray do not hesitate to ask. We should return to the task at hand. Only, do not try to overexert yourself, my friend. The risk far outweighs the gain. Ah, Caetsu, have you learned aught of note? Fascinating, and precisely the sort of information I was hoping to hear. In fact, if you have a moment, I'd like to borrow your eyes to confirm a theory I've been working on. Come. Leaf says, how did you come up with that name for your chocobo? When we acquired the chocobo, I held a poll. Well, first I made a post and requested name suggestions, and then after that I took the 5 best suggestions and made a poll. Ayam Kisil was the suggestion made by Arya, my best friend, and by coincidence everyone preferred that. Well, there was a heavy majority vote for Ayam Kisil, which I believe means, does it mean chicken or does it mean like cooked chicken or something like that in a specific language? Small chicken. In Malay, yeah, exactly. Now, there are 2 tasks I would have you perform. The first requires you to inspect the buildings which surround the Ondo settlement and note their most distinctive characteristics. The second, I wish you to use this knife to take scrapings from one of the remnant walls. Pray be as thorough as you can. I shall be waiting here for the results of your investigation. Yeah, in the poll, it was specifically clearly stated that that was what it meant.
so people weren't choosing blindly. Inspect the structures of the undercups for distinctive features. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out, target a building and examine it with a left click. Yeah, exactly, Elliot. No surprise then if that came from Arya. The tall, slender towers feature many elaborate windows, the likes of which you have seen nowhere else. Pokeshack says, you remember where you need to look? Nope. A short, sturdy blade made of hammered mithril. I just zoomed in and just moved my cursor around, and then it had like a text prompt when I happened to like mouse over it. You set the point of the knife against the wall, but even after applying considerable pressure, you cannot remove so much as a flake of stone. And what have you discovered? Yes, I would agree that the windows are most distinctive. It would seem the structures appear the same to both your side and mine. And you say you could not so much as scratch the wall, even with all your might behind the blade? Y'shtola, I'm sick. And small. You should try. You're healthy and big. Caetsu, everywhere I turn in this place, my gaze is drawn by peculiar materials for which I do not have a name. The buildings I had to investigate are prime examples. They may appear to be constructed of ordinary stone, but I assure you, it is nothing of the sort. If pressed, I would describe the substance as a composite of several mineral properties blended to create a material of unparalleled durability. Even the Ronkan Empire, once the greatest power in Norvrand, produced nothing which compares to this level of perfection. But if not the Ronkans, then who? Who were these ancients the Ondo claim as the architects of their sanctuary? I suspect our answer lies with the reason Emmett Silk withdrew here to the Tempest. He may simply have wished to retreat somewhere mere mortals would struggle to reach, but there are many such remote locations. Why here specifically? Emmett Silk is devoted to his role, and thus we might assume his choice of stronghold somehow serves the Asian agenda. Or mayhap, it is a place more dear to him than any other. Are you saying this was built by ancient Asians? That is my theory, that these structures are remnants of a time before history, of a start that was yet whole and unbroken. Such traces in the source would have been obliterated by the succession of umbral calamities, but here in the first they might have remained untouched for millennia. A copy of the mural in the Kitana Ravel. Elmet presented it to me during my visit to Fanov after our victory in Colusia. Here in the first scene, by Emmett Silk's own words, it depicts a city of eons past and the disaster which befell it. The design is much simplified, of course, but do you see the similarities between its towers and those you have just inspected? Yeah. We are close to the truth, I feel. Let us search the surrounds for another tower, one which matches the picture near enough to remove all doubt. From what I have seen, not more than sand and more sand lies to the east, and the south held no such structures. I suggest we try our luck further to the northwest. You may view the Kitana Rival mural at any time during this quest by using the relevant item in the key items menu. The quest destination will not be displayed on the map. You must search for a structure which resembles the building in the mural, then inspect it from the survey point. The survey point will be found nearby, in a location which allows a full view of the structure. And Mindbill Nord said, I like you always spot a shoebill in those telescope minigames in Shadowbringers. That's true, and I believe that is part of the reason why a lot of players have theorized that this shoebill has something to do with Emmett Silk. And now the thing is that part of the reason why this theory really flared up was something that happens in Endwalker, which we will not talk about in detail here because we haven't even reached it. Pokeshack says, this I remember where is. I do not remember where these things are. It's been so long. They indeed have the same expression. Did the train end? Or still going? And regardless of the answer, how is it going? With the train. Oh, I think I found it. And an ether current. You got your rewards. Awesome. Aye, this is the mural writ large. Though I cannot guess at its purpose, it must have been an imposing sight. How much of the tower's height lies hidden beneath the ground, I wonder? Centuries of our history have settled upon such ruins, countless layers of dust and sediment. An entire civilization, its existence forgotten by all except a handful of Asians. And yet, it did exist. They lived here, in this city. But let us focus on what we've learned thus far. The Ondo chieftain spoke of mysteries stirring, of a land illuminated. Judging by his words, he believes this phenomenon related to the ancients' return. Thus, can we surmise that what the Ondo saw shining in the abyss was, in all likelihood, yet another remnant of this age-old civilization? And who else would light the lanterns, as Reen put it, than Emmett Silk himself? It is almost certain he is here. He's there. But if we are to find this stronghold in a timely manner, it seems gaining the Ondo's trust remains our swiftest path forward. I only hope our deeds are enough to win them over. Thank you for assisting me with my investigations. I shall seek out our companions and share what we have learned. Much as I would like to tell you to sit down and leave the rest to us, your condition demands that we make all reasonable haste. If you're not too weary, it may be useful to speak with Pao Zhoan again, and ask if there's aught else he's willing to divulge. Looking at the time, it does seem like we won't even get started on the role quest line tonight. And that's probably a good thing. Then we have that contained in the same session as well. Also, a funny story about the naming of Ayam Kesil was that I believe Arya came with a suggestion, and maybe one other person came with a suggestion, and then I came up with the rest of the suggestions to fill out the poll because no one else came with suggestions. But I'm glad that the suggestion that ultimately won was one that I hadn't come up with myself.
Ah, Alfredo's friend. You and your companions have done much to repair the damage caused with when the waters parted. Anything else you can do? Have you been to the walls of the Forgotten?
I think I've just come from them.
The remnant to the northwest, yes? You visited them unbidden. Could it be that your footsteps were guided by the ancients? I believe it may be so. Listen then, and I will tell you of our plans to bring light to the walls, that we might answer the shining call of the illuminated land. We have requested a finless craftsman to shape for us a sacred lamp. He is odd for a land dweller, choosing as he does to live in the ocean, but his skill is beyond question. It is concerning, however, that we have heard nothing of his progress. If you were to visit this artisan and return with our long-awaited light, then any doubt as to your purpose would be laid to rest. His name is Grenold. You will find his workshop in a metal structure to the south.
How did he build it? Nalif says, I think that name is perfect. That is good. I'm glad. And Popeshack says, the fun part of Ayam Kesil is when you forget to call him. All the time. I remembered it like just earlier, which prompted Alif to ask, I suppose. Because I keep forgetting. And it used to be the case that Popeshack was usually the one to remind me. But real life comes first. What level is... do we have any skill points? We do actually have skill points. Oh yeah, and the fact that Ayam Kesil is a healer was something that was polled during a stream a long time ago as well. That was also something that I didn't decide. Hello there.
Oh, that's just great, that is. Me mind's playing tricks on me now. Look, Grenold, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bloody bleeding ocean. Or,
actually, I'm gonna do that one again.
Look, Grenold, someone's come to visit you at the bottom of the bleeding ocean. Or might be as your ghost, eh? Go on, foul shade. Feast yourself on me rotten soul. I've got no use for it. A craftsman what can't craft is more pointless than a sea slug with a dome and hammer. And that's an insult to bloody sea slugs.
Grenold appears to be suffering from a crushing bout of self-doubt. Maybe you can help psych him up.
You wouldn't be trying to raise my spirits now, would you, spirit? Not what you'd expect from a servant of the netherworld.
Are you Grenold then? He looks like, what, isn't he also called Grenold in the Source? Or what was his name there? He looks like him, just with a wig. Are you Grenold then? Gerald, exactly. Aye, though I wonder how you bloody well found me. This here is meant to be my underwater sanctuary, a place where I can give myself over to my work, far from the distractions of the outside world. And yet, here you stand. Now what's so damn important that you dive all the way to the bottom of the bleeding tempest to bother me? Ah, the Undo's lamp. God's curse me empty head! I've not so much as made a start! Sorry? I'm worth less than a sea slug. This again? Nay, the slime left by a sea slug. My delivery date's long past. My workbench is untouched, and I call myself a bleeding artisan. You've heard their beliefs, have you? Bringing light to them ruins will be an act of deep religious and cultural significance. And it was my privilege as a craftsman to be tasked with providing a ritual instrument worthy of the occasion, but I just can't. Bloody well. Ah, my mind's a bleeding blank. It's like I've pissed away my last drop of inspiration. Tell me you've got something to show me. Something that'll give me Muse a right good kick up the arse. You what? The Undo want to honor the coming of these ancients, so their answering lights got to blaze with the right kind of brightness. Like the spark of life caught in a crystal. But just being sparkly's not enough. It's got to dance with joy and sorrow and a sense of hardship endured. You know what I mean? Sounds very specific. Reynolds seeks a particular kind of inspiration, the kind that crystallizes only at the culmination of a long and tragic tale. Complete any of the role quest lines available at the Wandering Stairs in the Crystarium, then return to Grenold once more. Bam 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 bam. And Popeshack says, you finished the role quest? Nope. We will have to do that next week. I had planned, I had basically just written down a list of quest names, so I knew exactly when what would be important to happen, what we needed to keep track of. I didn't really, read into the quest, but I was like, oh yeah, that's when the dungeon happens, so that I can poke Zip in time so that he's ready to join. And written down, oh, that's when the role quests will bar my entry. And I knew when we picked up this quest that that was what was going to happen. But I didn't expect those few quests that led to this point to take over an hour on its own. So yeah, we will have to finish the role quests, and then finish the story of Shadowbringers and reach the credits next time. Which means that I suppose we're going to the Crystarium now. And Popeshack says it's funny because you need to finish the role quest, and that is level 80, and this part of the story is level 78 and 79. That is true. If I remember correctly, I actively sought out the role quests whenever I reached high enough level to do one on my main way back. Which meant that when I reached that point, it was just like, yeah, of course I have a crystal in my back pocket, specifically to your exacting requirements. I just so happen to have in my back pocket. I know it's crazy, but I do. And then just continued. And the reason why I did that is because I equated the the role quest lines to a job quest line, so I just thought, well, there's probably an important reward at the end. There wasn't. But now I had gotten so far, right? So I did it. But this is the quest we'll have to start with next time then. And then... then I will... then we'll be able to reach the finale. Hey, Santo. Yeah, glad to see you. Says, reminds me that the only job quests I've done, either from Endwalker or Shadowbringers, is Shadowbringers tank one to continue main quest. Gotta do the rest when I have time. If you have done the Shadowbringers raids, you might find the story fascinating, because when you have cleared all of the role quests, they culminate in one bigger finale quest that gives you some interesting extra information, which actually is slightly relevant for the Shadowbringers raid series. Particular encounter, if you will. I believe the Endwalker role quest lines are also, like, they also culminate in one big finale, although it is not as significant, I believe. And Pokecheck says, I reached Shadowbringer with Summoner and Scholar at level 80, and I can't finish any of the role quests because you needed part of the story with 75, 73, and 77, and then it also awards a title. Oh, okay. I think it was just that I was keeping track of when I could go back to it, because I specifically remember not being barred from continuing. However, what we can do right now is we can take a picture with Durik here, which is who we're going to be hanging out with next week. Oh, I just remembered that we need to fix a keybind. Oh. So, this kept getting in my way when we're doing Mount Gold earlier, that when I was trying to press Curse and Torment while backpedaling, because I had to hold Alt to do that, it wouldn't let me, because it would instead open my chat log and try to write in Say chat, which was a little problematic. But now I can, because I removed the keybind. That works. It's a little dark here. A little much. That works. That will work as the thumbnail for next time, because we simply cannot take a relevant picture of what's actually going to be the grand finale. Santo says, I've done that accidentally sometimes too, especially since I have continuation and ammo combo as Alt 1 and Alt 3. So moving and hitting those, I would sometimes accidentally trigger the chat. Yeah, I have Gnashing Fang and continuation on Alt 1 and 2. But I never ran into this problem on my main, presumably because I removed that keybind. And Pokecheck forgot how Lalafels sound. How have you forgotten? They're adorable. We can't even open the window. For some reason, I feel like we've taken way more pictures in this inn than any other. Like, I'm running out of ideas. Oh, this one is new. We could do that. Now, that does lead us to the rounding up part of near the end of the stream. So if there's anything you guys would like to talk about or ask about before we end the stream, this is the time to do so. While you think of a question, I will, as is basically tradition, bring up the Discord server. If you would like to be able to follow what's happening on the YouTube channel a little bit easier without being beholden to the YouTube algorithm to be served whatever happens on the channel, the best place to do that is the Discord channel, a Discord server. And that is because while I put out a weekly schedule on YouTube and Twitter, it is also posted in a specialized channel just for that on the Discord server every week, and it is posted there first. Similarly, there is a room specifically dedicated to posting announcements whenever there is a new video, new short, new stream planned. It is always mentioned first on the Discord server. This also includes the opportunity for some role assignments that you can use, so that if you want to get tagged when something new comes up, you can specifically opt into this. So that means you're not going to get like an add everyone tag 5 times a week. You're going to get a reminder tag if you want it. Beyond this, we also have rooms dedicated to just general conversation about anything. A spoiler room, which has been previously used for lore discussions primarily, I think. A classroom to discuss the more complex things about jobs, or about anything mechanics related, really. It doesn't even have to be that. There's also a meme channel, a glamour channel, a music room, and recently we made a looking for group room because we do have roles so that you can find out if others on the Discord server are from your region. It hasn't been used yet, but it was requested, and so it has been granted. And the more people there are on the server, the more useful something like a looking for group room would be. Just logically speaking. Yeah. I think that is mostly it. I would also like to celebrate that that we have a whole 8 members on the channel. Earlier this week, I actually saw that like a thank you thing that listed the members appeared on the channel page. It has disappeared now. I don't know why. But it was there, and it was not something I had put there actually. So that's just something happy to announce, and I'm glad to see. So thank you all so much for that support. It really makes me happy. Hoaxack says, daily reminders of Discord server. Don't forget Aetherites, call Amkazil, drink water, and eat your candies or give them to Smol. And I didn't play in like 3 months. I don't even remember what my server is. Well, it is data center specific roles. So if you just know which data center you're from, that is a way to do it. Now, I don't have anything else, so if you guys don't have anything to ask about, then I would simply say that next week we're going to be doing some warrior dailies. on Tuesday. And then on Friday, I have a guide coming out that covers basically everything you can do in the Gold Saucer, which also includes some advice if you're interested in farming MGP. I had to learn and try a bunch of new things to make that guide. So I hope you will find it helpful. On Saturday, we will of course reach the credits. And should we reach the credits very early for Shadowbringers, that means that we will have a surprise side quest stream, which might be Inventory Management Extreme 2 Electric Boogaloo, because we are getting a little overwhelmed with toothpicks again. Santo says, Warrior's nice. My second least played tank after Paladin, but got the Savage Axe for this week, so I kind of feel like I need to play it more now. Only if you like it. Warrior is my favorite tank to play. It was the first one that I upgraded Relic on, as you would have seen as you would have seen on the Tuesday stream this week. Thank you all. Thank you for watching the stream, Alif. Good night to you. Or good morning, actually. If I remember correctly, Alif is having an interesting morning right about now, wouldn't you? And Santo says, I like Warrior, it's just not Gunbreaker. Well, that is certainly a problem that Warrior will never be able to overcome. Maybe one day they'll give them Gun Axe. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and I hope I'll see you all very soon. Perhaps on Tuesday, for a daily stream. The chill hangout stream with featuring dailies. And with that, all I have left to say is good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And then we say good night to Smol Kai. Good night. Good night.